Welcome back, everybody, to European Pro League. We've got a pretty good matchup for you today. In fact, we've got a couple. But the first kicking things off is going to be 9 versus Insilio. It's the Group A opening match. And, yeah, obviously with sort of things heating up a little bit here in the tournament, there's better and bigger teams coming in and playing. There's all the other things going on at the moment, right? You got Bucharest, you got the RMRs coming up in the next couple of weeks. So any teams sort of outside of that cycle, any teams that maybe didn't quite make it to the MRQ, didn't qualify for Bucharest and whatnot, obviously want to get some of those reps in, stay relevant, stay pumping in these officials. And EPL, of course, is a very, very good chance to do so. So on the first side of the coin, it's the boys on 9. Mantu, Rouse, Crag, and BobXD and Faven. Very good team. They've looked very, very good recently. Faven's definitely been one to look out for as well, putting up some big, big numbers. On the other side of things, it is Insilio. Kallian, Vushka, Sugar, Fader, and Nisky. And yeah, a good side historically, but one that recently have struggled a little bit. And in terms of their world rankings and whatnot, they are miles off the mark. Vito's right in front of you. We're going to be playing Dust 2. Ancient and Anubis. Now, you can't help but feel that 9 win this veto a little bit, but Insilio playing Dust 2 first, it's one that they're very, very strong on. It's one that I expect them to take their way. So, you know, maybe a little bit of extra pressure on that as we go into the morning game. We will see. Getting the ball rolling. Majiki trying to take the opening fight there on long. Faven will win it. Follows up with another headshot as well. That is filth from the German with the USP. Crisp as they come. Talking about him in the pre-game. His ability. To do pretty much exactly that. Mantu right now. Step back on the side. Patient as ever. Fader on the other side has found a little bit of it in, an opening to perhaps pull a rotation over. For now, though. Dead quiet, stalemate. Rouse is going to hear these sound cues. I'm not really sure what Fader's doing, making as much noise as he is. He's sort of trying to jiggle and take these angles, but, you know, the alarm bells has been sounded so long ago. Rouse can just stay tucked in the corner, and as he pulls that trigger, they realize, yeah. They know what's been up for a long time, because I've been making a whole load of noise here in tunnels. So, there you go. Finished off nice and clean. And a 1-0 start without any bomb plant for Insilio. No real silver linings. No real justification to go for a force buy here on the T sides. They should just give up a second. The MP9s have a chance to farm a bit of money. Right, so second round should be a little bit of a breeze. Bush just went back and sold. He had a Mac 10 for a second there and went and got rid of it. Not sure if that was to sort of anticipate some kind of mid-push or whether that was just a bit of a mistake. Either way. Scout farming them up here in middle. And 2 just dealing all the tag damage. He's done it onto 3. He's finished off 1. The other's been taken out by the nade. Kallian should shortly follow. I'm not really sure what Insilio's plan is here, other than, to be fair, all die to that scout, which doesn't really give much of a kill reward. I'm kind of surprised that 9, with the information that they were all towards mid, don't pull those MP9s over and try and take more of an aggressive fight. Because, yeah, that scout getting all the kills doesn't really do them any favors. But yeah, weird round out of Insilio. Just sort of getting that one over and done with. I'd much prefer them sort of grouping up, trying to hit a bomb site and maybe get a plant out of it, but you can't expect all too much with the Glocks anyway. So yeah, just sort of giving that one up. At least means we will see a man advantage here for Insilio. Kellyan's holding a very difficult angle to contend with, and especially when that shadow is spotted, there is not a lot you can do. So that man advantage becomes 2. We did see 2 MP9s in the last round, 1 upgraded off onto that M4. That was Rouse. So we'll have that little bit more firepower to work with. Bob XT was really desperate to catch the timing there, wasn't able to do so. Oh, how? They heard him. They heard him. They thought he called it off, but I'm not sure he realizes that there's 2 there. That won't matter. Rushka will be able to get a trade back through the wall anyway. That's Rouse gone. Bob XT here in the T-spawn. 1v4 probably doesn't want to touch this. Being on the CT side, he doesn't really need to. So stay tucked. We'll see if we can get an exit or 2. Oh, it's a little bit messy on the first. Now low HP. Grabs an AK for his troubles, but knows that his time here is pretty short-lived. Majiki makes sure of that. So Insilio will put their first on the board. Much better on the buy round there. And decent work being done. Decent work being done by Insilio there in their first investment. Actually forces 9 into a pretty uncomfortable position because you're supposed to be on your buy round here. You didn't take any casualties in round 2, but you did upgrade off of that MP9, so for Rouse, he doesn't have any money. For the rest that went quite heavy on the rifles there in the second round, and, you know, we didn't see the MP9 kills. There's going to be no util, famines on it for mass, so this is far from perfect. But good early damage being dealt onto Kellyan at least. Could perhaps be the start of something. Jeffe, please tell me you haven't put a bet on. It always blows my mind when people come and they put a bet on and then they come into the chat and they're like, how many rounds does this go up to? It's ludicrous. It's crazy. It's criminal. Trying to think of an equivalent sport I could bet on where I don't know the rules at all, but I'm not even sure I can think of one. What makes XT? It's a big pickup to start with anyway. Okay, there's the second as well. He might just tee himself up for a third. He won't, but it's enough damage that Mantu can make light work of it. Pincer in from Kellyan actually turns the numbers in their favor. Golf. I know the rules of golf. I'm pretty good with golf. I was thinking more like an American sport, like ice hockey. I don't really know. I don't really know the rules of that. I don't really know how that works. I sort of do, to be fair, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know some of like the points and stuff and how that works. Yeah, golf. I could fairly comfortably bet on golf, I guess. Doesn't seem like a very exciting sport to bet on. Badminton. Yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. To be fair, I actually... Yeah. Do know how many points it goes up to. And somewhat the rules of badminton, but... Yeah, I would much rather bet on CS than badminton, so fair enough. If there's money to be made, you're there. Fair enough. Fair enough. So what's the bet on this one? Who have you got? Insilio or 9? 9 are definitely the favourites, but I don't know. I think at the moment, especially with VRS and stuff, and like the change that they made with bringing in Majiki, like Insilio are a much better team than, you know, HLTV and all of these other places are giving them credit for. So I don't know if that's necessarily reflected in the odds. I haven't looked at the betting odds. Sugar kills, right? Yeah, it's not a bad one. He's a gamer. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's necessarily like reflected in the odds, but in terms of like rankings and whatnot, it seems like this is like some David and Goliath matchup, and it's not at all. A few 9 fans in the chat as well. Ah, you watch a lot of Valorant. Okay, well, score's the same. First to 13. Didn't used to be the case in CSGO, but it is now in CS2. Dragon. And those are coming up ramped. That is such a horrible fight. I don't know the alternative angle to play there, but that is just horrible. Knowing that you've lost the mid to B control and yeah, trying to hold it like that is a recipe for disaster. J Dizzle with Sugar's over. Same except headshots. Wow, alright, Bookie's offering Sugar to pop off today. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really surprise me. I think he is sort of comfortably the best player on this team. He's not necessarily showing that so far, but 20 rounds to go. 1 headshot for you so far, my friend, though. Terrorists win. You bet your house on Bob XD. I'd do that. Full trust in that man. Yeah, no Bob, no party. I'm with you. Let him carry me out of a burning building. Spams through the smoke. Won't find anything early on here. There's a lot on the other side, but here, cars on Bob. You lose, no car. Ah. Simon Bob. True fan, in the name. Born to be a Bob XD fan. He will find himself one at least on B. But that will be the B-bomb site in itself sort of crumbling. So, whilst he will get that information, it is now a 2 versus 2 on the hardest site to retake in the game, and Rouse has missed his molly. Faven's fallen. And I think this round might be chalked as well. That fire, oh, he was looking at it thinking, I don't think that's going to spread, but it does. Don't you worry, it will. That's not me. I don't know who that guy is that keeps popping up. I think maybe that's the Russian caster or something. I don't know, but that's not me. All right, Rouse. Show us what you're made of. Give us your best 1v2. He's been spotted. Unlike Go. He realizes at this point there is 0 chance of him clutching this round, especially without a kit, but he'll still have a crack at it. Finds the first. Yeah, baits out the second, but Vushka. Far too well played. Just tucked head. And no chance. So, yeah, tidy stuff. No updated photos? They're newer photos? What are you talking about for 9? Trigger with another headshot. Let's go. Your kid's student loan out and Sugar over 26.5 maps 1 and 2. Oh no. Currently it's round 8. He's got 3 kills, so I wish you the best of luck. And also your kid and his ability to still function, get a job without his student loan. Base cam jump scared you. Yeah, as I say, it isn't even me. If it was me, it would be different. You'd just see me like periodically blowing my nose. God, it cruel reminder that it's spring today. There's no love in the air. It's just pollen everywhere. It's making me sneeze a lot. I know you just feel like here. I'm so congested. But yeah, it's not even me. It's not even me. Some random. Trade score is looking like an option. Yeah. You're better off with it anyway. Learn a craft. You want to do computer science? Nope. You can build the table that computer sits on. Bob's your hot boyfriend? Man, I'm jealous. Don't stress, man. You don't need to buy a new car yet. When your bet comes through, you're going to have 2 cars. Bob XP's going to go crazy. Trust me. Man 2. Big kill. As in the meantime, oh, does see Vader's head poking over that smoke. And you got to be careful here, man. Advantage, but it can slip away oh so quickly, especially with Favored and Mantu being so low on health there. It's light work from the Insilio boys to get them out of the equation. Puts it back into a 2v2, at least with that kill on the jump up. Kragan trying to be relevant here from short. Bob will get traded. It is the 1 versus 1, but the timing will plague Insilio. Majiki doesn't have the time on the clock to get that bomb planted. I'm not really sure why they didn't commit to it instead of taking that fight on short with Bob and Kragan, but either way. It's given up. And we'll see a timeout out of 9. Took things over. Two Ford Fiestas, I know, it's gonna be crazy. Think what the hell, you're gonna have to steal all the copper wire in your neighborhood so you can place a 6-man parlay tomorrow. I fuck with that. I like that. Don't take that as any endorsement. I don't endorse that. That's bad. It's actually wild how many people do that though. How often that happens. My dad has like rental properties, and that just happens sometimes. Like thousands and thousands of dollars worth of damage. Sometimes more than that. Because someone's decided to like rip all the walls off and pull out all the copper wiring, all the copper plumbing. Like $50 worth of copper, you cost 10 grand in damage. I'd rather if someone just came and threatened it, said, give me $50 or I'm gonna rip all your walls off. I go, okay. Please don't rip all my walls off. This again, another really decent start for 9, and then it just goes into the trash. Kellyan's found himself into CT spawn, and despite the 2-man entry, there is a whole load of nada. Yeah, it's a thing. It's fully a thing. I mean, it's proper, like, crackhead behavior, but yeah, it's a thing. Mantu. With everybody running away, you thought maybe there's a world he could ninja defuse there. You can actually see Dvushka sort of go back in a little bit. Worried that that perhaps was the case. Mantu, why? Peeking out into the open, thinking, oh, there's an AK on the floor. Temptation gets the better of him. Kellyan will find it. And a 13th kill to his tally as well. You guys should have had Kellyan over. He's popping off this map. $40 bet. Sugar under headshots. Bob under headshots. Fader over kills. Huh. Kind of cooking. A little bit. Fader's not popping off just yet, but the other two are looking alright. Hell's over, otherwise your wife might leave you. Ah, shit. It's not looking good, my friend. Gonna rip Sugar's walls off if he doesn't heat up. I endorse that. That's fair. Gotta recuperate the investment somehow, right? With Rouse gone early again. Things do go into a little bit of a stalemate. The B-bomb site has just been left completely open. Insilio will waltz right in. They'll get this bomb planted. I mean, there's a couple of things here. Wow, that was a very nice spray transfer from Dvushka. But yeah, I mean, this is the Insilio map picked. You have got to take it with a pinch of salt a little bit. Like, the fact that 9 are struggling here isn't necessarily a testament of what's to come, but... Alright, nice little two-piece from Sugar. A couple of headshots out of him there as well. Eco frags, but he'll take them where he can get them. I'm sure you guys will too. But yeah, I'm just not really understanding the approach to the B site here for 9. It's been quite bizarre. You know, it's been a real Achilles heel of their defense so far. They've really struggled to hold on to this B-bomb site consistently. They're sort of putting a one-man defense there and then 2 fighting mid, and they're not having much success with it. This time, Mantu will hit the shot, but quite consistently. It's been him and often Kragan kind of jumping around, and you know, the rifles take the close angle. They end up losing those fights, and then it's just Bob XD by himself on the B-bomb site. Or even so much of the time, you know, at the start of the round, they'll group up in tunnels. Bob will go 1 for 1, and then they lose the B site, and they lose the retake. Even if the numbers are even. It's a decent trade out of Kragan. Fader can't escape through that smoke. You have Mantu over 31. Are you cut? That is ambitious. Jeez. I guess over 2 maps, it's not crazy. You need 9 to get a few more rounds here. But no, I wouldn't go as far as to say you're cooked. 15, 16 kills each, or 16 kills each map. That's doable if they, again, if they start winning a couple of rounds, they get smoked 13-3. I don't know if I hope. You didn't know Rouse was 29 years old, otherwise you would have taken that under. Ageist betting. You're an old man. I bet on your under. 29's not that old. Ooh. Cut under 93, let's go. Kragan! Okay. Yeah, just for a second heats up. The jump kill, can't swing for another, and again, it's another scenario. I mean, it's not the B-bomb site this time, so you can sort of, you know, shrug your shoulders and go, all right, well, that wasn't the recurring problem again here, but yeah, it's sort of the trades in mid, it's even numbers, they give up a bomb site because they're playing too heavy on mid with the 2-man setup, and end up losing the retake this time round. They just give up mid. They smoke doors. They'll play 3 early towards long, 2 early on the B-bomb site. Interesting to see if this is the answer. You have got to kind of send one back to keep tabs on it. That'll be Rouse. Not playing anyone short either. That could have been a potential solution instead of that two-man door setup, just having someone on short. Problem is there's no real way of having that sideline. Down into lower mid, down into the tunnels. That also mean that Fadek can just walk his way up. Mantu's on the site holding, but not with his trusty AWP. He's down to a FAMAS instead. In fact, almost everybody is. Everyone other than Kragan. Not a lot of util here to work with either, so it's firepower. And without much firepower, it's reliance on a bit of luck and maybe a few headshots. Mantu has let two cross. He doesn't even realise. And, well, on the jiggle, he'll spot the third. He thinks that that's the first one out. That's not the case. Only 5 versus 3. Kragan does at least draw first blood, but he'll go down without much more of a fight. It's the final round of the half, so we'll have a crack at this, of course, but it feels like they're being suffocated. Big whiff from Fav, and Sugar's able to spin around and take him. That's another one out of Sugar. 7-7 now. Picking things up a little bit as we hit the end of the half, but 9-3 Insilio absolutely walking over 9 right now. She's going to leave you. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, 3 and 9. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Maybe we see a crazy 9 comeback, but I don't know. I wouldn't have my hopes up. I do think Insilio's playstyle sort of tailor them to being a little bit more of a T-side team, especially on a map like Dust 2. But yeah, I don't think that sort of little margin is a 9-3 margin. But we'll see. We will see. MR12 can be quite unforgiving, you know. Scorelines like this fall away quite quickly. If 9 are able to win the pistol round, I think that there's maybe a world that they could pull this back. Gallium. With a kit and 2 flashes over on the other side of things. Mantu and Rouse have bought the util. Mantu's actually dropped it over. Rouse wields most of it. Favin's got that smoke. Mantu with the P250. You're losing your house because of Favin. Sorry. It's bizarre. This game hasn't really followed like the usual trend, right? Favin's normally the hardest hitter here on 9. That just hasn't been the case so far this map. Oh, that was ambitious from Fader. And the fact that he's gone 1-for-1 and got a load of info is actually kind of nuts. Bob XD. Not able to find the headshots. Felt like he was teed up for them. But yeah, Faven's normally the hardest hitter on this team. He's right at the bottom of the scoreboard. Over on the other side, Sugar's normally the hardest hitter here for Insilio. And he's pretty much at the bottom as well. Sugar. Oh. Absolutely blasted. And that's going to send things into a 3-on-3. Bomb. Tucked away. Majiki, big headshot. All falls onto Mantu's shoulders. P250, bomb beeping away. But Majiki, of course, you expect him to win that. He's got the kit as well, just to sort of add insult to injury. Double digits on the board. Insilio make it 10. What's that arouse? And of course on a force buy here. You just, you know, you kind of have to be. You play the eco in this round, you're giving Insilio 11 with the margins. You know, you're playing for what just feels like an impossible comeback. But they have managed to find themselves on a free A bomb site. They'll ghost their way through. And Insilio with a little bit of an awkward 5v5 retake. But taking a fair bit of damage in the process as well. Fadet's been dinked. Kellyan goes 1-for-1, as does Fadet. These trades, now they're keeping him even. Sugar pressing forward, flying MP9. Does so much damage onto Kragan, but can't finish him. And Kellyan, he's run out of time. Bomb's too far gone. And Kragan's played this to perfection. Do not give him the fight until it is definitely too late. Bomb should take out Kellyan here as well. No, actually it doesn't. It gets far enough away. So that'll be that. A 9 still ever so slightly in the picture here. Barely. Just sort of poking their head around the edge, but they are there. Not like this, guys. This is the one you're definitely supposed to win. With a force right back from Insilio. Stomps them down here on long. And a 4 versus 2. Rouse and Kragan scratching their heads. What the hell do we do here? The plan is to try and walk up short. I'll make something out of this instead. Found space on B. I'm not sure how this sort of keeps happening. But last round, they found a free A bomb site. This time, an undefended B bomb site. And in a 2 versus 4, with the time and space that they have, the opportunity to get that plant down. I actually fancy their chances in this post plant. Into tunnels. Gonna kind of bait them into a bit of a false sense of security that no one's in on this flank. There is actually Kellyan, and he's just very, very late. I can still hold him for it. This duel kind of means everything. If Kragan loses this fight, Rouse is absolutely screwed. Flashbang's good. Rouse has found 2. And perhaps I don't give him enough credit. With 10 seconds left, Kellyan does have a kit. So if he finds this kill and he finds it quickly, then he might still have a chance on this. But no, the bomb, I think, is just too far gone. Oh, no. Kellyan just gets it. Wow. That comes right down to the wire. And honestly, the difference maker there is a ever so slightly deeper plant. Given the time they had to work with, yeah, in that corner, I think would have sufficed. To be honest, you've got to give him credit where it's due. A 2v4 coming as close as that is not bad at all, but Galleon. Oh, all right. The entries again out of 9 that are looking fairly hot. Sugar still on the site though, alive and kicking and mowing them down with his MP9. Just when you think, all right, Nine have found the entry. They should be able to overwhelm this B site because it's only Sugar with the SMG. Sugar activates. Finds himself a 3-piece. 10 kills to his name. He's picking it up a little bit. There's that guy again. It's not me. His name's Corvex. That one was up for long enough to see the name. Our mystery man. That'd be a fun mini game. You'd like win a prize if you you know who he is. It's not even me. It's not even me, Casper. Alrighty, well. Scout playing over the top. Mansu looking for an early fight. It'll be the Deagle with another there as well. Callian. Pressure onto Bob. Surely. Oh, no. It's a very messy fight. Bob XD is able to capitalise. There he is again. Peekaboo. I have really no idea why that keeps happening. Sorry about that, folks. Fade at least. Finally finding a headshot in this round, but seems like the pistols are still getting this done. 9 will hold on for at least that little bit longer. Everyone with their bets on overs will be happy for this game to be prolonged, even if it is just a moment or two. Bushka, hang on a minute. No, okay. All right, Bob. All right, Bob. Bing bang, Bob. Beautiful stuff for the 3K there in the round for him. Felt like a couple of the kills that he found there were easier ones, but it's all about putting himself in those positions to find those easy kills, right? That's exactly what he does right there. Well, Sugar with the 5-7 back. Mansu. Hang on a minute. Gross stuff over towards Long. Has he just killed his teammate? I think he has. Oh, that's brutal. That took me a second to process. He's just collided his teammate. He's found the kill, but that's not enough. And, well, just like that, Insilio will get it over the line. I mean, you know, a good map from them, to be perfectly honest. A very, very good map. Now, it was their pick, as we said before. It's nothing to sort of go too crazy about just yet, but yeah, generally speaking, solid stuff out of there. Dust 2. It is their best map in the pool. Up next, it is. I've forgotten what map it is up next. There you go. Ancient and Anubis. So, yeah, 2 maps that do actually sort of really tailor towards 9 a little bit. But the deficit there on Dust 2, even in terms of the firepower, even in terms of those angels and things like that, I don't know. I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. I think Insilio are looking like the hotter team on the server right now, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see them get this closed into bites. But we are going to go to a short 10-minute break, folks. When we return, we'll be back with that second map of Ancient. So do not go anywhere, because we'll be waiting with the action shortly. Welcome back, everybody. We are ready to rumble here with map number 2. Insilio absolutely smoked 9 on that opening map of Dust 2. And, well, you guys are going to have to remind me who's got what bets placed and who we're keeping an eye on here for this one, because this could certainly be over quickly. This could be done in 2 bites if we don't see something special out of 9. They're kicking things off on their T side. Vader here in red room. Molly will actually flush out Callian, and he'll take a lot of damage in the process, but deal a fair bit in retort. Sugar's found a headshot out of Temple. Under a lot of pressure. Kraken will double up. That's the A-bomb site. Open for business. And it's all off of the Dane's efforts as he continues to pull around this smoke. Dvushka, the last man standing here in Temple, flies out. It's a nice headshot, but knows that his time here is short-lived. And yeah, will be traded quite quickly, so that's that. First on the board for 9. The same start as actually what we saw on that first map of Dust 2. You know, it doesn't mean a great deal, but CS2 actually winning the pistol round normally means a great deal. It's just, you know, last map it didn't really materialize. So, okay. Rouse here with the Mac 10, trying to put on a bit of pressure. There is a CT force bias, they've got to be careful. Two MP9s, 257s, and a P250. Nobody fancies their chances with the Desert Eagle in hand. They want that spam ability. With the pistol. Kelly and Dvushka playing up close and personal. Nine start to rotate their way over. Pulling up here in middle. They have made the right read. The one place that is completely undefended is that mid to A route through Donut. It's an unfortunate disconnect out of Kragan, but I think they might still be able to make this work, even with just the 4 players alive. There's only the Mac 10 lost. Sugar and Main could be a little bit of a thorn in their side, but it seems like Bob XD's sort of ready for that as well, aware of the fact that if there's no one on A, there's a decent chance that he has pushed into Main. Favon and Rouse are winning their duels in the meantime, though. And it all falls onto the shoulders of Sugar. 2 versus 1, but they're both half HPs. Tap the bomb, the pressure's on. Rouse calls his bluff, doesn't even peek it. Oh, it's brutal. Sugar now doesn't have enough time. Even if he does win this fight, he will. But he has to get on out of it. Won't even get the opportunity to swap out into the AK. Might go back for it. Yeah, he will. Does he get to it in time? The answer's yes, but decent stuff. Decent stuff out of 9. Quick tech pause before we get back into things. Kraken's still got to rejoin the server. But yeah, Sugar coming into this server hot, popping off in the opening rounds. Absolutely what you want to see. Okay, well, Kraken's back in the server, so hopefully we'll be ready to roll again in just a second. But round number 3, Insilio. Right back in with another force buy. I'm not sure how I feel about this, but with the last round coming as close as it did, they fancy their chances. The problem is last round came as close as it did because 9 had a disconnect. So assuming that Kragan doesn't randomly disconnect to get here, I'm not sure this one's going to be as contentious. So far, shaping up that perhaps I'm wrong. Faven. Left on his lonesome. They had the advantage. They had the opening fights out onto B. And now he's got a 2v1 to pull off. Sugar has found himself with low health, but still with that AK in hand. Kellyan's found himself a Galil. Faven's just looking for the timing here. A minute on this clock. He's got that on his side. He does need to try and work out how to go about this. Yeah, Molly into Cave will at least give him the leg room to get that bomb planted. It does give up his position, but that's fine. Second that bomb goes down, you expect that to be the case. He'll confirm that there is at least one in Cave. Now, just process of elimination. Is there someone towards CT? Next couple of seconds will confirm that likely that is not the case. There has been one cross out to the site in the meantime. Smoke goes out. Damage dealt. Faven's there, but the bomb's been tapped. Now the pressure's on. He's going to throw himself at this. And with Sugar missing all the shots and on such low HP, knows that he can't really stick it. If he had stuck it, I think perhaps he would have found that, but yeah, tough break. 9 find themselves 3 off the back of it. A tactical pause before moving into this next. Surely not another force spike from Insilio. It's relentless, just keeping those investments coming until they can make one work. They've come so close on both occasions. 1 versus 1s from Sugar. First time he found the kill, but didn't have time on that bomb. Second time, he didn't have the health and got spammed through the smoke. Awkward rounds from Insilio, ones that, I don't know, you expect them to lose with that, you know, the weaponry that they had in hand, but the situations they found themselves in, you do have to question how they've dropped them, but big pickups there at least, 2-man advantage. Just a crunch from Cave and middle. Working in tandem, giving them those early fights and isolating those duels, more importantly. Kragan and Rouse just sort of left on an island individually as well. Not even able to support each other. Sugar. Ooh. If he wins that fight, it secures the round. Round's over if he wins that duel, but losing it does leave the gates open. Will they check back? Donut. Oh no, fade it. With awkward timing. Allows this to boil back into a 3-on-3. Faven. Stuck on the bricks for a second there. Just managed to slip around the corner just before they emerge. Sees one cross into Red Room. That information will be relayed. But it's particularly relevant. Bomb XD catches the flank. You could hear him stepping from a mile away. With Mansu taking another, it is all on to Majiki. Surely, after this round, lost Insilio. Don't go for another force buy. He will escape with 1 HP and likely bring this MP9 into the next.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, I mean, there is like a weird justification around the fact that they've got max loss. They also found the early two-man advantage last round as well, so you're sort of thinking like, you know, we can kind of do this again. But they're not brought down to 0 this time. That's the most important thing. You know, with the money, I don't advise this ever. Giving up a 4-0 lead is not good. But you can kind of keep forcing until you end up with max loss and, you know, get that buyout on round number 6, I guess. This has been a bizarre approach to it, though, for Insilio. And whilst it's come so desperately close so many times, it's not worked. Now they've got to pull off a 2v4 of their own, and Kellyan gives us a decent shot at it, let's say. It was a rare sugar L. It was a rare sugar L when he lost that main fight. We don't see too many of those, so catch them when you can. Flashbang goes high, sugar. Trapped in the corner. Lots of early damage being dealt by the util, though. And if he does decide to go for a smoke spam, he would have found that kill. Opts against going for it any further. The high flash and Kragan's entry. It's pretty brilliant, so... Here we go. Kragan. Oh... Very awkward fight. Bob's going to fall as well. Insilio. After taking the early disadvantage, actually recover this sinking ship very nicely. Seconds left. Oh, Tvushka's just put himself in such a good position here. They'll find Kellyan, but that actually means that they're just not going to be checking for him at all. It's a good trade out of Rouse, considering he's low. I'm surprised he manages to pull that back, but with 16 seconds left, does just need to throw himself at the bottom site. Oh, no! Majiki! Jeez, if he was there on A by himself, there's a decent chance he gets traded there. And that goes down to a 1v1, and the bomb gets planted. But I think for Rouse... most important thing right there is that he just doesn't die after time. That was looking like a real prospect. Why he just sort of commits to that plan. I mean, he actually doesn't. He taps it. He wants the gunfight, but that sort of one saving grace that he could have found was that Orpa missing the shot and him having that little window of opportunity. Any other gun with England 7 HP wasn't going to work in his favour. Still, though, teammate was there. Saviour to get it over the line. Tvushka, big early entry. It's Vader to help out in the last round and put his first kill on the board as well. He's 0-5 prior to that. Having a bit of a rough start to map 2. So a decent game in the last. Dust 2 was kind to him. Rouse will eventually punish Tvushka, but he's found himself another kill. So the advantage in their favour, not for long. Kragan takes it back, however. Take down to 13 HP in the process. Sugar's fight hit. Should just seal the deal. No, Bob XD again. It's with the pistols, man. It's so disgusting. Time and time again, the Tech Nines, the Desert Eagles, whatever you want it to be, he'll deliver with it. Majiki will at least take one back. That's Kraken gone, but with Bob still alive, you have to fancy their chances. Problem is, he's got an AWP. It's kind of the wrong tool for the job, especially facing into Majiki like this. The last man you want to be dueling in that position. Insilio will get their second on the board. It definitely has been a slower start here to Ancient, this second map, but you expect it to be the case.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah, you took the risk on the 29-year-old, I'm sorry. At least Faven's popping off this map, though. He was really quiet there in map 1, and we were sort of saying, you know, he's supposed to be the hardest hitter. He's supposed to be the one putting up the numbers. He's actually looking all right here. Decent early entry again. Rails Mac 10, 1 for 1. With weapons like this, trading evens against the rifles, it's absolutely fine. And you can't help but feel that Insilio are playing a little too aggro here, committing a rifle solo into mid, committing the AWP close to a main against a buy of just Tech 9s and a Mac 10 is no doubt a mistake. And now a 3v3, but a bit of a stalemate. And Insilio have made the wrong call here as well. They've given up the A site. Rouse is there towards Donut. He will check middle. He'll be caught out. That's the Tech 9's cue to pounce. Faven does find the one, and a bit of a distraction as well. He knows that that wasn't the Donut player, so he'll keep Dushka busy. But honestly, that was Bob's opportunity to walk out of A, and he doesn't. Now they know what's up. Faven goes down. That smoke does actually give Bob a little bit of space. I guess he's going to deploy one of his own just to hope to get this bomb plant down. Give them a little bit of extra money. Worst case scenario, he's got the information as well that they were both towards mid. Now, there is a world that one comes red room, but he's pretty short. Going to double push through Donut, and first kill going his way will do a lot of favors. Kellyan can't even find the bomb. Wants to tap it, but doesn't want to put himself in an awkward position. He's still stomping around as well, so Bob knows exactly where he is. And he's just playing this to the T. There is a kit. Kellyan's just going to try and 5 seconds stick it. I don't think Bob's going to check it in time. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's played almost perfectly out of Bob there, but timing just that little bit off. Counting to 5 in his head, but that internal clock needs retuning. And if you're counting to 5 and you're peaking at 5, then you're a little too late, right? Got to peak at 4. Depends how confident you are in your aiming ability. If it's me, I might have to peak at 3. It's Bob, maybe he peaks at 4.5. Either way, so far it's been a much better performance from 9 than Dust 2 here on this second map, but still a decent way to go. And I think the worrying thing is this sort of mental block that they've hit at 5 rounds, right? That's all they were able to find there on that first map. Since going 5-0 up, not a whole lot more out of them here either. This crunch on ramp is gorgeous. The nades followed up by the rifle pushes. Does get traded back into the 3v3. Menacing stuff. Ooh, Kraken. very important pickup. Gives them that advantage, gives them a little bit of space to try and get onto B. This timing's brilliant, Faven. Just tucked behind, knows that one's going to try and push elbow and get in on that main flank. So, yeah, just ready to shut that one down. Denied at the door. A full eco here for Insilio. 9 will break that 5-round curse. Push themselves onto 6, maybe 7 to come as well. It is a full A stack, and 9 might walk into it, but they've left the bomb behind, just outside of elbow, so you can see they're not fully committed, not just yet. Go down big box. HE's to come in, and the pistols are going to try and crunch it. Chance for a fair bit of damage, and so far they're dealing it. 2 kills, and Kragan, under pressure, Rouse alleviates it from range with that Act 10. And all right, a bit of a sigh of relief there that they get it done against those USBs. 5 of them charging at you can always be a little bit scary. Okay. Bomb to go down on A. Completely empty bomb site. It's the polar opposite of what we saw last round. Insilio on their eco went for the 5-man stack here on A. On their bite. Leave it completely undefended. Open for business. Rushka. Around this corner. Shadow spotted. Big kill. Out of that A1S. Follows up with some damage, but this bomb's so far gone. There is no chance of them winning this round, and I just don't know why they're so late to actually pull the trigger on this retake. Slow and sloppy. Tossing the round. I mean, they've got away with 3 weapons, so could be worse. They're playing to the final round of the half with a little bit of something to work with, but playing for a best-case scenario 8-4. Look for the team damage there. It's awkward. A couple of people right to point out as well. Sugar's dropped off a little bit. He's slowed right down in these last few 4 or 5 rounds. Not having a lot to say. Duishko certainly has been, though. His aggression here towards B-Ramp has been pretty unparalleled. And GK can't play any further out of that smoke fire at his feet. Denies that. So with the man advantage, Insilio are going to be playing for an A retake once again. But last round, it really didn't work out very well for them. We'll see if history repeats itself. Kellyan has just been legged. A HE would finish him off, or any damage from just about anything. They need to blow open the CT smoke. Man2 takes contact, peek out, plays through it. Man2 seems to be aware, but as Bob takes a head from the other angle, is there to follow up for another. Fathom with one of his own. Man2 can then post back up on Donut, and 9 put their foot down with a big and bold 9-3 half fade it. Going completely absent here on map 2. Ends the half 2-9. Not far off their round count. But outside of that, it's actually been like a a reasonable performance kill-wise from Insilio. So many of these rounds have come desperately close, especially at the start. You remember them going 5-0 down? They were relentlessly force-buying round after round. We saw back-to-back 1v1 situations that they lost. We then saw a 5v3 in their favor that they lost. It's a pretty tough pill to swallow when you're losing games like this. All right. Well, as I said before on Dust 2, if they can win the pistol round, then maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for the trailing team. Last time it was 9, this time it's Insilio trying to pull this back. It's a brilliant flashbang. I love the fact that Dushka doesn't actually push for that fight until that flash comes in from his teammate. They're all very scrappy here. Crag and Jawley's spamming as fast as he can. Somehow they snatch that away. And it's 10 rounds. It actually follows a pretty similar theme to the pistol that we saw on Dust 2 as well in that second half. 9 had those advantages. It looked like they might take it, and then it just got snatched from beneath them. It feels pretty similar right there. It's played very well. Dvushka with the entry. Beautiful flashbang, some space, some control on the bomb site, and then bam. Dragons, Jawleys, wake up and activate. Bob XD elsewhere to the MP9 and now against an eco, so you're not expecting much here in terms of resistance from Insilio, but they will get a bomb plant. Fade at time himself a kill as well. Careful, guys. You do not want to be losing a round like this. Man disadvantage, but most importantly, there is no campfire here for the T side, so you are expecting this to be a little bit of a breeze. Bob wants to play for the trigger discipline, but pulls that trigger a second too early. Now it's on to Rouse. He'll pick wide and lose the fight, and 9 lose against an eco, and I just don't know how. Again, it's this A-bomb site that's been a major vulnerability for both teams. They've both played this retake defense towards it, where they're very happy to just give it up, play for the retake, but they both seem to suck on their A-site retakes, so it's just a mess. Just an absolute mess. But it seems like 9 have got a great enough margin for error that, they can still go about this in whichever way they please. They'll get for the force buy here. Try and give Insilio somewhat of a taste of their own medicine. I mean, it still wouldn't be the same. It's not an eco round win, but I'm sure the conversion with the 5.7s would taste just as sweet. It must be this time that in the smoke, it's man 2. They're going to blow it open. They know he's there. And as soon as they have that sight line, he will be shut down. Sugar through the smoke. Lands another head. It's tidy for that second. Jiggy will do the same. It's a brilliant flashbang as well. Damage control to the max. I love that. Again, it is similar to the pistol round, but it applies even more so right there. It's like, it's a 5v2. The bomb's already too far gone. They've already won the round, but you know what? If I'm going to go for another peek here, and I'm fairly certain there's one on the angle, give me a flashbang. Even rifle against pistol. Won't take any chances. They were reasonably aware that Fairvan was tucked behind the box there in cave. He tries to go for the MP9 at the end. Doesn't quite reach it. Timing just a little bit off there. So we'll go 10-5. 9's force buy efforts yield no dividend. that means, of course, it's eco time. Not to be mistaken for Chico time. For any of you UK viewers. Doubt there's any of you. Maybe. There's one person in chat that maybe knows. Sugar. Chance to perhaps farm some eco frags. No, they've been stolen from him. He only gets the one. Alright. Maybe two. Maybe two. He's on the angle. He wants the fight. Is he going to be given it? Rouse tucks himself away to reload. There you go. Big headshot out of Sugar. I know a fair few people had Sugars over or, you know, needing headshots from Sugar and things like that. There you go. Barloo's one more. That's the cash on his headshots. Big stuff. 69% headshot this map. 13 kills. And Kellyan's on 88, but that's only with 8. So, you know. That means, what, 7 of his kills? Kind of been smashing heads. He was stressing a little. Yeah, you needed like a little Insilio resurgence, right? If 9 didn't lose against that eco round, they probably just closed this out. It's kind of unlucko, but... even if they don't end up bringing this back and they lose this second map here, it's... yeah, that little wake up, the few rounds in the middle. Keeps everybody's bets happy, except the unders. Except the unders. Faven, just around this corner. Dushka's going to deploy the flashbang over. That's going to be Faven's cue to peek and deal with him. Kelly has taken a lot of room here, though. All the way through candles. I think he was just spotted. Yeah, he was. That info was relayed to Crag, and I've just seen a foot, an arm, or something go around that corner. Kragan now on the angle. Sugar there with another headshot. Another kill as well. Putting up the numbers now. He's woken up. Through the molly, though, it's Faven to just deny Majiki. 9. Will hit 11 rounds. How was Majiki's headshot so low? The Orps. Orps, broski. All the bookies will always try and do you over on headshots for Orpers. It's just mean. It's just mean. Galleon. A nice early entry at least. Tries to keep his team in this one. 7 rounds. Do him a lot of favours. Sort of break that CT money a little bit as well. That last round was expensive. Need phase reigns. Clutch up your slip. Who are they playing today? They're playing Rare Atom, aren't they? You know, it's one of those games with like Bucharest and the way it's going at the moment where it's like, oh yeah, there's no way they lose that. But I don't know. Bucharest has been a mess so far. Mongols losing to Apogee earlier. And then Astralis as well. It's kind of been wild, right? So I don't think anything's really a lock in Bucharest right now. I'm kind of scared that FaZe will lose to Rare Atom as well, yeah. I don't think Rare Atom will win, but I just, with how things are going, I feel like there's more of a chance than they'd normally have. I feel like I'm a little more scared than I'd normally be. Rouse in the corner. It's actually pretty good timing. I'll let them cross, but if stay incognito, they might clear him. But there you go. Wow, Rouse. Just an expert. Spidey senses tingle as they walk right up. Double headshot lined up. And 9 are on to 12. $700 two-man slips, all with sugar with them, so should win 70 to 80%. Ay, ay, ay. Huge. Well, it's on the sugar pick. He's always, I wouldn't go as far as to say a safe bet. I think we definitely saw on map 1 that sometimes he can have these stinkers, but consistently he's a very good player. He's showing that right now, even in a map that they're losing pretty badly. He's putting up numbers. Yeah. Wants to prolong this map, perhaps. Sugar has found another, but it's all the Fader show here on B. A triple entry with the headshots. It's all down to Craggy. You're never betting on leaks. Why? I'd bet on Child King. He's kind of a gamer. Alright, well, Kraken's just going to give this up. Try and carry that AK across into the next. Pretty wild stuff, though. That was, yeah, a bit of a Fader masterclass there on the bomb site. He has had a very, very slow game as well. But picks it up there, almost doubles his kill count. In the 19th round, they'll pick up their 7th as well. Went 25 rounds, he only had 7 kills. Ah. Yeah, it happens. It happens. 4 more kills for Kraken. Wishful thinking, my friend. Wishful thinking, but it does you some favors, them losing rounds, right? I think Rain's getting 16.5 headshots map 1 and 2. I don't know, maybe. Betting on kills, I always think, is like, you know, makes sense. Betting on headshots is like adding that major extra element of Gambo, right? It's like you're kind of hoping that he's picking up kills in the pistol rounds. You're hoping that he picks up kills and against decos and things like that. When those easy headshots come, I think that always sort of makes or breaks headshot bets. So don't think it's ever necessarily like a consistent thing. Obviously, you do have players that consistently have like higher headshot percentages than others, right? But yeah, I feel like you are really relying on like them to have a good pistol round and things like that. And yeah, it's always a little bit scary. Grim under 29.5. That's mean. I like Grim, but yeah, fair enough. I reckon. I reckon that sounds about right. Got nothing here for 9. They will give this one up. Bizarrely, sort of playing for the exits rather than any kind of round. I thought maybe, you know, save the Kevlar and then they can buy rifles this round or something. I thought that was maybe the plan, but yeah, not the case. This is now just going to be an eco, maybe a couple of pistols around it again. I don't know. Insilio are going to call a little bit of a tactical pause. I think everyone here is, not everyone, but anyone that's sort of got certain bets placed and stuff, that the man that needs 4 more on Kragan thinking, oh yeah, just prolong this a little bit more so there's opportunities for extra kills and stuff. Insilio are looking at this thinking 4 more rounds, go to OT, get this done in 2 bites. Yeah, we fancy this. Seen enough of it today. That Gamer Legion Legacy game that just happened there on Inferno. We saw a bit of a comeback out of Legacy to take it to OT. They then won it in OT. Trigger hit us over. I think he hit us over a little while ago, didn't he? Are we streaming the phase where we're at in game? We are not. This is the EPL stream. We only stream EPL games. I could, maybe on my channel later, but I doubt I will. It would just be me, you and me. It'd be real intimate. No one else would watch my co-stream. I think everyone else would watch the main broadcast. Tidy stuff though for Insilio, just against an intel. You know, you're not expecting any real resistance from Nine. Maybe 1 or 2 kills, but they're not going to connect that either. So there you go, 12-9. Here we go. Kraken in the corner. Fire at his feet, but it's not gonna spread to him. He might not get checked in. They are surely not gonna expect that their molly has fallen a little bit short. So Kraken does add 1 more to the tally, an opportunity for a second there if he plays the trigger discipline or something, but wants to just lock in the 1. Gets instantly traded. Bob XD's definitely been heard. How does Sugar go about this? Knowing that there's 1 on the site, he could even play through this smoke. Doesn't want to. Worried about the wrap around. Majiki's there if Bob XD wants to re-emerge. He will punish as a result. So numbers go back in the favour of Insilio. 10 rounds looking rather tasty here. Oh, 9 just playing for the save. Expected, you know.
Terrorists win.
So am I going to go over his 26.5? I've already got 20 kills, round 8-8. Last slip of the day, $300. Huge. This guy knows his shit. I do not. I'm pretty useless when it comes to this stuff. Dragon. Up close, 5-7 in hand. Oh, wow. Okay, there's a double. It puts this into a 4-on-2, and whoever it was that needed 4 more out of Kraken, he's found 3. I'm not sure if that's a push for you or if 4 was to meet that mark, but it doesn't seem like he's going to get any more opportunities unless we see a massive clutch out of Sugar, which we will not. So that will seal the score right there, and yeah, we're switching my camera, but it's not on yet. There you go. That's me. Hello, folks. Alrighty. Well, 9. There's a few little complications towards the end there, but brilliant stuff to, you know, put themselves onto 12 in the first place, to close things out there in that final round. The initiative from Kraken to just say, you know what, we actually haven't played anybody aggressive into A main throughout this entire map so far, on our CT side at least. So yeah, I'm gonna take that initiative, try and get those duels in, and going 2 for 1 like that just really adds a wrench in the works there for the plans of Insilio. So that's going to wrap up our second map. We're going to a third and final to settle the score here between these two teams. They've been pretty inseparable, and Anubis will be the turf to decide it. It's one of those maps with quite a one-sided first half. You know, whoever starts off on that T half can really pull rounds away. And because it's the third decider map, we are going to see knife rounds to dictate the sides as well. So a little bit of RNG that comes into play here when it comes to that third and final. But we are going to go to a short break before we witness that one. So 10 minutes, folks. We'll be back with the action very, very shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Third and final map underway. It is Anubis, and it's Insilio starting off on their CT side. 9, with the momentum of Ancient behind them. Now get to start on their T half and try and put their foot down and close this out. A reverse sweep after stomped on their opponent's pick of dust 2 would be quite a poetic way to end things here, but we will see. As right now, very slow. Bit of a stalemate. Insilio not wanting to make that aggressive prod, not wanting to be the ones to make the first move. Little jiggle out. Dvushka. Tagged up and having a fall away. BobXD. Pressing forward with the Glock. Connectors cleared. They will then start to sort of reel it back a little bit. You see that bomb maneuvering its way back over as well. There's a 3-man stack now on B. And the mid player getting a little exploratory. So Fathom. Just poke himself out and keep him busy. Smoke goes down. Sugar in this corner could be the bearer of bad news. The one to deny it all. And he'll line up the heads. Both going down, and he's hungry for a third as well. Next on the chopping block, surely, is Rouse around this corner. Sugar playing it pretty bold, just turning his back to the rest of the middle, praying that no one else is behind him. He's there for it. Smoke to then give him a little bit of space, breathing room that BobXD won't be able to take. Sugar finds himself a 4K with the Jawlies. And just like that, Insilio snatch that momentum right back in their favour. Easy pickings against the Eco. Then in the second round, Insilio just stomping. Mansu. Doubling up. Okay. Insilio getting super aggressive here. Sort of still being on this force up. I think we've got to take a bit of initiative here. Try and catch them off guard. Get in their faces. That's exactly what they do. Bomb been recovered for 9, though. Goes back into a 3-on-3 with a minute on this clock. V3 bombs down at least 9 with a bit of leverage and a fuse on this round. Creeping around the corner, shoulder spotted, fade it. Big picked up onto Rouse. Wide swing, BobXD will be able to trade it back out. What is that from Bob? No Bob, no party, right? Where's my BobXD fans? Filth out of the 180. jeez. All right. Bit of a statement there from 9. Unwilling to waver. Give up all too many rounds early on here. Big entries early on. Absolute stomp onto Insilio, in fact. Not even close. When it comes to those early fights, Dushka all by himself. This would be a bizarre time to find a flawless affair. And put his first kill on the board. There you go. It'll be 2-2. He'll hold on to this M401S. No one's going to be hunting for him all too hard.
Terrorists win.
Flashbang into main. Fade it. Oi, oi, oi. One shot with the V250.
Bomb has been planted.
Callian. Oh, wow. Okay. 5 versus 3, and they are going to try and have a go at this retake. I think it's sort of one they were like, oh, we're on eco, it doesn't really matter, but now they've got some real equity in this round. They are going to throw themselves at it. If they trade even, they still win. That's exactly what they're doing there. Send Faven out into the open. Drushka's there for another, but Mantu, with the AWP, there's not a lot he can do. Insilio have just won another eco round. Out of thin air, how do you pull that off? Consistently. Second time now in the series. They have won with a full eco. And it is pure filth. Unforgivable. If you're 9, to be honest. Cannot be dropping rounds like that. I mean, earlier on Anubis, it doesn't feel like it has like as much effect. You can sort of shrug it off a little bit, but yeah, you also can't help but feel that those are the rounds that really come back to bite you, right? They're the ones that you don't really think anything of at the time, and then down the line you end up losing the map 13-11. You're thinking back to, you know, that little momentum swinger that cost you a couple there at the start. From Rouse. Fade it. Oi. Good trade back. Does well to convert that one back in his favour. follow-ups are there. Faven and Kragan back with a double of their own. Magic. Hang on a minute. AWP's getting a little more than he bargained for. Mantu taps the bomb, forces them out. But of course, needs to win those fights. And, well, not being able to. Got him the big prize at the end of it. It's a round win. And it'll go in the way of Insilio. And, you know, I put a fair bit of weight, a fair bit of stress behind the fact that, you know, we're going into a very T-sided map for the decider, and 9 have won the knife round, have been able to start off on their T half here, so they have that advantage. They're able to carry that momentum over as well from Ancient, which I think goes quite a long way. And it sort of surmounts to nothing here. As they go 4-2 down, they're on effectively an eco. I mean, it's a little bit of like a half buy, I guess, but it's very little is really the key point. Insilio should then be able to take 5 rounds, and at that point, you've already got a good half if you're on your CT side. They're looking for more than that, but yeah, they'll be happy to sort of break even there and shrug their shoulders and go, ah, it's all right. Done a decent job to get here. Kelly, XM, it's the new one as well. You can't get anything done with it. Bit of damage, followed up by the rifle there from Sugar. Breaks into the 3v3 momentarily. Mantu had the shotgun in his hand. I thought maybe we'd see something a little interesting, but the monster melt gets thrown away. And this all seemingly was locked out, but Fader and Dushka have managed to carve a path back in. Rouse wants to stay relevant. Hits the 1D. Can't get anything more. And that'll seal a 5th. So things a little expensive. A little close for comfort, let's say, for Insilio there. But yeah, they'll convert nonetheless. We'll see a quick tech pause, though, before we go any further. 9. Not 9, sorry. Insilio. I've lost Callian. Okay, well, he's back in the server, Kellyan, so hopefully, yeah, we should be ready to go in just a second. There we go. Kick. We're going to get aggressive here. This AWP, the Krakow, the pink one with the crazy anime girl on it. Will land the first shot. Bob XD doesn't really know what's hit him there. Super aggressive out of the AWP, but you'll love to see it. He's got that support as well from Dushka, so if there is that swing from T-stairs, They're ready for the fight. What comes next? Kellyan with a pickup of his own. A man advantage here for Insilio, but a vulnerable, very vulnerable A bomb site. Majiki finding one more kill, though, should just kind of settle that one. Ooh, wait a minute. Missed shot and burning all the way in the flames. Kraken had an opportunity, but denied. Nothing comes of it. Insilio sort of back in the picture. After the map loss in the last 6-2 up here, this is already a very good half. And they've got several chances, in fact, 4 of them, to close this even further in their favour and just seal the deal here for map 3. Secure themselves that opening match hit in Season 24. Dvushka. Here's him barreling around the corner, burning in the flames, but heroics out of him as he's able to spray down 2 before succumbing to the burns. Things boil down into a 3v3. All 3 defenders with the kits, and your AI prediction really fancies their chances. That comes off of the back of the fact that 9 don't have a lot of firepower to work with here, but up close, that shotgun can be deadly. And the smokes favour them to some degree. Vader almost shooting his teammate in the head. That would have been awkward. Majiki's shotgun mode with the sniper takes himself one, but Kraken for the double. Leaves Sugar with a 1 versus 2. The shotgun is the finisher. And, well, that finishing blow doesn't save Man to his life. He will go down to the bomb, but not bad. Not bad at all. Third on the board for 9. Majiki under a bit of pressure. That's the fall all the way back. Pushka's managed to find a headshot through the smoke, though, so you don't even want to call it a lifeline. You want to call it a good start here for round number 10. How things are looking on the overall scoreboard as well. Sugar just tucked in the corner. Playing anti-flash, trust me. He's not holding for anyone coming up that corridor. He wants to spin around and double down. That's exactly what he does. Bob and Crag gone. And the Mantu falling. Rouse is next very shortly afterwards. Insilio on to 7. This is very, very good again from them. As soon as they find their groove, they hit flow state. Become a force to be reckoned with. One that 9 just can't seem to handle. love that. Flashing a bit of aggression into B, mate. Again, just innovating. Have a little micro plays that Nine haven't seen yet in this map. And constantly being caught with their pants to their ankles. How about no magic, no party? Magic is the code. If you had a jersey, you'd get it. I'm with you. I feel it. In time, he'll have a jersey, I guess. They'll go for some kind of LAN event or something at some point. There's your chance. I have so much cool esports stuff from like events over the years, whether it be sort of signed jerseys where I've got teams to sign stuff from events, or even like more sort of personal stuff that belong to players. I've got Diha's jersey he wore at the Antwerp Major. I've got Crims's hat that he wore at Cologne 2016. That's signed by the whole team. One of Jacob's 100 Thieves jerseys. Crim's hat thing's iconic. He doesn't even wear the hat so much anymore, but there used to be a Crim staple, the Fnatic snapback. Only true OGs will understand. Twischka. Super aggressive. Finds that early fight into water. Man advantage going their way, and knows that Kraken's up close to B main as well. HE is a slam dunk, though. Not quite realizing how much damage Twischka actually took from that opening fight. Kraken's able to trade it back, put the numbers back to even. Doesn't take a whole lot out of his fight either. So he's chilling. Bob XD is doing a whole lot more than that. Doubles it up with a spray down. Bob's looking for a third. He'll take it. And he has had little moments of brilliance. I mean, it's not like he's carrying or anything, right? He's 8-8. He's kind of middle of the road like everybody else. But he's had these little snippets, these little moments where he has looked hot here on Anubis. And in this series as a whole, to be honest, so 7-5. Not bad. Not bad. I think Insilio were going to be kicking themselves. They didn't take a couple more towards the end there. They were sort of teed up for it. But ultimately, 7 rounds on your CT side of Anubis is very, very good. And 9 will be somewhat happy that they were able to recover that into sort of a salvageable half. But also, yeah, not going to be over the moon with 5 rounds on the T side. Okay, Rouse. Putting his foot down early here. I can't believe he's double tipped. Calling for another flashbang. Now he's actually got to commit to push it into main because they've lost the con control and he's lost his teammate, but fights his way out. It's a 3K out of him. Rockets himself from the bottom to the top of the scoreboard with a monster play. And 9 might just be able to wriggle their way back into this game. Rounds with a jiggle and 4 out. Oh, Kellyan. How does he do that with the clock against an M4? Bob XD on clean-up duty. He'll add a few more to the tally. It's a little bit of a shallow kill count when a lot of the kills that are coming your way are eco frags and whatnot, but he'll take them with open arms. Okay. Rouse. Little jiggles. Fire at his feet, though. Needs to be careful. Smoke blown back open. And Majiki able to take another in the process. Eager, patient, Sugar with the entry out onto A. This round is almost guaranteed, signed, sealed, and delivered. And Sugar's just adding more to the tally, having a bit of a field day here against a weakened and worried 9. Hoping that the first buy round would go their way and they'd be able to, you know, keep up that bit of steam that they've found. Finding that at all. Man 2 under so much pressure. How did he fight his way out of that? Might even be able to get another here. He's dealt the damage, but no, Majiki's able to trade it back. 8 on the board for Insilio, but things heating up here on Anubis. We go back and forth. Starting to get interesting. All right, well, on paper, you know, at first glance, looks like a very low buy from 9. It is actually a full investment. They kind of just get nothing out of it. Absolutely rolled. Getting toasty toes, Sugar. Just to back it up a tad. Majiki gets aggro. Kraken's all by himself, and that's basically the Man 2 mission from the last, right? Just try and stay alive, hold on to that weapon. Oh. Okay. All right, he'll survive. He'll survive. So, ready. For a 10th rounder, Insilio up against an eco. They'll be smiling, they'll be cheering. They'll know this should be a little bit of a freebie. Kraken just tucked with his A1S. hungry for them to come to him. Kelly and take cheek. Wipes out Bob, who was the best you're hoping for is something out of this A1S. Molly won't quite clear deep enough to get Kragan out of that corner. Majiki will punish. Yeah, there you go. I mean, Faven picks it up, gets one back, but yeah, for an eco round, it's just whatever, right? Any kind of damage you can do is something. But they know that this round's a bit of a lost cause, and they'll be playing with a 3-round deficit to try and claw this back. Rouse falls. And too surely next on the chopping block is actually going to try and sort of toy with Sugar a little bit. Give Faven a bit of time and space to get into position, perhaps get a little bit of a fight going, but yeah, not really going to happen. He'll just tuck himself. There's not really anything to gain by going for this, and with 20 seconds left, it doesn't matter if he dies after time as well, so he can just try and stay alive. If he survives, carries that M4 across, then super. If he doesn't, then he doesn't. They're going to be able to buy the next. Anyway, economic damage won't mean a great deal. Insilio have built up this bank account quite nicely. But it would amount for something. He hears the stomps around. He knows that Majiki's going to press in for this swing. Oh, yeah. No rest for the wicked. 2 kills there, though, for Fathom. Not bad. Again, full eco round. You only had that saved M4, so yeah, forcing them to reinvest 2 rifles isn't too shabby. But it does put us on into round number 18. And Insilio having quite the lead. 10-7. No magic, no party again, but it's Sugar with 20 kills here. I know he cashed on his over in map 1 and 2, but considering how sort of slow he was to start there in that first map of Dusty, it was their pick as well. They won it. And it was all right. It was all right on Ancient, but, you know, not as lights out as this. This is exactly what you expect from your star player, your super fragger. Let's become a bit of a superstar. Fade will fall early at least, though. Perhaps a lifeline here for 9 to work with. Kelly wanted to try and play through this smoke. He's blown it open, so he knows there's no one immediately on the other side. Wasn't certain there was no one around that corner. Just had to balls to the wall, send it through, and hope he'd win that fight if it came to it. But as this smoke starts to fade, Rouse is ready. Heard the step. Gunning for the fight, but it's Kellyan to come out on top. The flashbang indicates to Mantu that there's another that resides here. And in the next couple of moments, he'll be taking a duel. Unless he backs up. So, creeps back through that smoke. Gets out of there. Stiletto. Sapphire. Kind of cold. Kind of cold. Kellyan. Creeping his way through. Ready and waiting. Oh, Kellyan wipes him out. And that gunfight kind of seals the deal a little bit there. I mean, even if Bob wins that duel, it's a 4v3 in their favour, but the rotations are still quite far away. You'd have to delay that plant for a few seconds. It would still be difficult, but yeah, it would have been a round that perhaps they could win. Without it, it just feels like a task and impossibility. Bomb goes boom. It'll be an 11th round for Insilio. Now 2 away from the finish line. 1 more would secure the map and series point and overtime at the very least. But they won't even be thinking about that. They'll be thinking about just getting this done. Putting their foot down, making a bit of a statement going in to that opening game here. EPL Season 24. We said before that, you know, on paper, this seemed like a one-sided matchup. On paper, 9 seemed like the favourites. You take their world rankings, things like this. But we all know what Insilio are capable of. They haven't had too many officials over the past couple of months. Their rankings have taken a big hit as a result of it. They are a team that, you know, they've never actually breached further than top 70, to be fair, which is kind of crazy. But they are a team that over, you know, the last year or so have beat some very, very good opponents. The last time these two teams played against each other as well, it was a little while ago, but it did also come down to 3 maps, and it was very close. Insilio almost took it 2-0. They won Dust 2, 13-5, carbon copy of today. Then they lost Ancient 13-11 and ended up losing that 3rd match. But yeah, could have done it there in 2 bites as well. Fairly similar as to what we saw today, right? 13-5 on Dust 2, 13-10 this time on Ancient. They were trailing worse than that, but they brought it back, and it felt for a moment like maybe they'd take us to OT and make things interesting. Last time that 3rd and final decider map was Nuke. It went 13-7, but Anubis seems to be their new turf. You're new to CS2 and Insilio have become your favourite. Fair play. Yeah, they're a team. It's kind of difficult because they're a team that at the moment with their ranking, they're just not going to get any fights. Like, they're just not. And it's a really kind of terrible result of the VRS system where if you're not getting invites, then you can't earn points. And, you know, if you can't earn points, then you can't get invites. So it's, you know, it's just this double-edged sword that doesn't really seem to have any kind of, like, outcome. I think, you know, they're going to have to sort of play some CIS tournaments. They might be able to get invites into, you know, bigger CIS tournaments. And then earn points that way. But yeah, this is why we sort of see them in tournaments like EPL, because this isn't VRS ranked, this one. So yeah, you do kind of get the opportunity to invite some of these outlier teams a little bit that are still remarkably capable. Dwushka, yeah, loses out on time there. It's very well played from Mansu. Running down the clock. A cruel way for that one to go as Insilio take the tactical pause. Nine right back with a buy then. Of course, Insilio, plenty of money. They'll have a full investment. They'll have one more in the next as well if needed. They've got a nice little cushion to work with here. This should be unlosable. We have seen many times in the past, especially here in CS2, just how quick that gap can close. Leg shot hit. Kragan lucky to be alive. Does escape, still breathing. Fade out will be flashed in. Let's try and play around this corner. Feven in the corner. Won't get hard checked. Majeski. Overwhelmed as well. Mansu just falls deep with the sniper. No mercy. The Sugar will now try his hand at con control. Surely nothing can be done here. Oh. Fall to Kragan as well. With 15 seconds left, we're right back to where we were before, right? Kellyan. with the bomb showing no signs, no intention of trying to go for a plant here. Doesn't really want to be dying after time, so does need to be very careful as these next few seconds go on, because him and Sugar holding on to these rifles. As I said before, there is enough money for them to go for another buy, so absolutely the right call to make, to hold on to those weapons. Makes a whole lot of sense. The loss bonus would not be as much as they save by just holding on to those guns. Okay, Rouse. Big nade. Oh, it's the dink as well. But it actually isn't enough. Another HG. This one does major damage. Bob will follow up with a headshot. Can't find a third, though it's 2. And it might be enough. But as Faven falls in the meantime, and it all comes down to the shoulders of Crag, and this is to deny Insilio 12 rounds here in the third map of the series, and he's completely whiffed the first gunfight. Run out of bullets. He's run out of options. He has to get on out of that. Now playing for 3 in a row just to take us to OT. And Kraken, of course, can't touch this. Kind of entertaining the idea of exits, but needs to be careful. He's not too far away from that site. The bomb's planted right in that corner, so could be moving a little bit here. I'm not 100% sure on the radius is. He's all right. He's chilling. He knows better than I do. The 9, calling a quick tack pause, talking things over. What can we do here to keep a lid on this game, to stop Insilio from snatching away what seems to be rightfully theirs, right? Maybe not after Dust 2, but certainly after Ancient, and then pulling the perfect card of the T side here on the third and final map.
Bomb has been planted.
I think this is just done. This is chalked. The fact that 9 aren't even really approaching this with any intention of perhaps winning this round. Browser's found a kill, but it just feels like too little too late. Bomb's already too far gone. And with only the 1 kit, Mantu's just going to jump on this defuse, and of course, no chance to get it over the line. So that will be 13-9 here for Insilio. They'll snatch away that third and final map and the series, and they won't get reverse swept. Convincing stuff from Dust 2. Close on Ancient. I guess, you know, it required a bit of a comeback at the end, but still, they gave us some promise there on Ancient. And then brilliant work being done on that third and final map of Anubis. Means that Insilio are the first to pick up the opening here in Season 24. Magic saves the day again. Great broadcast, great game. Yeah, happy days, right? Happy days. That runs us a tiny bit over schedule, I think, because, yeah, a 3-mapper, one that goes the distance. It's always what you want to see, though, right? Well, we're going to jump to a short break. When we return, we're back with our second series of the day. You definitely don't want to miss it, folks. It's also going to be a banger. We'll see you all very, very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to EPL Season 24. I did say it'd be a short break before we were underway with our next series, and I was not lying to you. We've got Tricked versus GenOne, and honestly, another two teams. I was talking in that last best of three about the fact that with this not being a VRS ranked event, which I actually think is honestly a little bit refreshing. I know that I'm sure the EPL guys want this to be a Valve ranked event. But with everything being VRS at the moment, and therefore seeing the same teams and the same players over and over again, and quite consistently a lot of these teams that are outside of that VRS invite sphere not getting opportunities, I think it's a real breath of fresh air. And I love it. These are another two teams that are very capable. They've beat very strong sides in the past, but they haven't had so many opportunities recently because of VRS. So obviously this Tricked roster recently coming back into the scene, and some great players behind them. Salazar, Queenix, Leaks, Nodios, and Valde, for those of you that missed it. A lovely little bundle of experience in with some new guns brought in from, like Leaks from Lopa, for example. Over on the other side of things, GenOne, sort of following that same theme as well. Devaduvek, Jax, obviously wealth of experience on him. Kersey and Nivera, who brings that same kind of... tenure, history. And yeah, an absolutely fantastic player, one to watch out for as well. As we look at the map, Vito, it's Inferno, Dust 2, and that Decider looks like, no, I thought it was going to be Ancient. Actually ends up being Nuke. So we get a little bit of a change of scenery. If it comes down to it, we will see. But Inferno kicking things off, of course, that first map of this best of three. Trick starting off on their CT side. But yeah, it's nice to see Navira back, right? Scream's younger brother. Back from Valorant. Had some decent success there. Played with Team Liquid for a little while, played with Carmine Corp, but has come back here to the better game. His beloved Counter-Strike. Looking to make some waves with this GenOne roster. And alongside Jax as well, who... Navira, I believe, had played with before in the past. I'm not sure, actually. The more I think about it, maybe not. Maybe they never crossed paths. Either way. Pissed around, going quite well here for Tricked. Nodios. What a shot while falling. I thought it was Valde's connection. It actually wasn't. At least Devaduvek by himself. Now, the jackpot here is to get a bomb plant. So if he can buy himself a little bit of space by finding this short kill, then he might just be able to do that. But no. Desperation on the cross, not able to slip his way through. And that net just firmly around him. No escape. So, full eco here for GenOne. No real silver linings to take away from that. I pissed around, right? No bomb plant. Couple of kills, nothing crazy. Really slow stuff out of GenOne, though. Maybe just using this as a little bit of an opportunity to talk. No reason not to. Inevitably, they'll walk into the blender, but for now, sit back, relax. have a little chat about perhaps what's to come and what the game plan for it is. A bit of pressure onto Leaks here. He's actually by himself on the B site. Odios has caught out the lurker, and yeah, contact made. Desperate rotations over, so they are going to barrel it back up to A. Salazar just staying fluid, bouncing between the two sites, gets back on the long angle in time, but Jax has found one with the Glock. That's the headshot. Queenix running out of bullets. MP9, it's the right tool for the job, but it needs to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed. The support from the sideline on Queenix, on Salazar there is exactly what he needs. So they will take 2 casualties. It's not perfect, but it's okay. It's sufficient. They have a Duvek. Let's find the early one. It's actually Namira and Track to take 2. Track's super low though. Leaks just continuously going for these spams. We had someone in the chat earlier saying never again. Never again would he bet on Leaks. I think it's actually quite tough to call a favourite here. That's just cruel. That's just cruel, Kersey.
Bomb has been planted.
Trick will have to give this one up. It'll be GenOne. Their first round on the board, doing so in quite a clean fashion as well. So carrying across those rifles.
Terrorists win.
So straight on into the next. Trick still with the rifles out. Valde down to an MP9. That's okay. What more hit? She over the top. Good damage. If Valde eats that one. They return the favour with another one back, but it's a big old chunk of damage being dealt off the back of it. Good HG. This has been the grenade show so far this round. 50 seconds on this clock. I don't think anyone's actually dealt any damage with the bullets. It's all been the HGs. To chip away at the health and to chip away at Jax's life. Finally, Odios will connect a bullet through the smoke. I don't think anyone's seen each other yet. Now the pressure's really on. 20 seconds. They will pull the trigger. They'll waltz in to the A site, but of course the stats in place. I'm not sure what GenOne were really expecting there. Hoping that perhaps Strict had pulled an extra man off for the A-bomb site. Thinking it was going to be a late B take. Just running down the clock and walking up short is not the way to go about it. No util, no raw map control either to, you know, ensure that there's any kind of fall there, you know. If they've got someone top banana putting on a bit of pressure, you can say, right, you know, we've probably pulled a rotate off. We can now walk up short and have a decent advantage, maybe. Maybe they won't have that crossfire, something of the likes, but you know, the way they went about it there felt like it was doomed, destined for disaster. It's the HEs again that bring disaster to GenOne early. You see Devo Duvek. This time the first to fall. Around this corner. Kersey's actually managed to find one back, so that's numbers back to evens. Queenix. Oh, had a very good idea there in Navera. Really eager to take that fight. Silent drop down. And he's just holding. With Jax's AK, it's got his name plastered all over it. All of the majors that he's attended. Elios did just spot his head. I'm not sure he reacts to it. Jax is there. And the numbers go right back in their favor. This time, running down that clock works for them. And with the bomb down, Trick don't want to touch this. God, it's Counter-Strike that could put you to sleep. We've gone from kind of a battle-y brawl between Nine and Insilio. This back and forth, quite fast rounds. To GenOne, kind of sending us to sleep with these slow takes towards the sites. And, you know, the second that they find that entry, Trick don't want to touch it. It's Inferno, right? It's the way it goes.
Terrorists win.
A little bit of a pause from Tricked. Knowing that in the last 3 rounds, they have somewhat lost control, right? They were able to win one, but it was sort of handed to them on a silver platter. Odios. Oh, a quick pick up. GenOne trying to switch up the tempo a little bit here. I like it. Trick also doing the same. It's kind of the first time we've seen someone aggressive in brackets, fighting down middle like that. And he gets out of it with some relative success, right? Momentarily the man advantage. That doesn't last long. Queenix falls. Trying to support, but this amount of damage having been dealt as well. Navera will find an entry, and there you go. Pulled again. Nodios is high and dry. He's stuck on the site. Salazar doesn't really want to come and help him because he's got an AWP and he's teeing himself up for the save, but as nobody else finds a kill, Salazar then thinks, oh, maybe I can have a stab at this. But when he should have pulled the plug at the end there in the 1v3, he doesn't. He's still in that committed mindset to go and help his teammate, even though his teammate is gone. So 3-3, GenOne will make it happen for Tricked. You know, even if they did save that rifle, it would be a single rifle in around with not a whole lot else. In fact, nothing else. It'll be a full eco. So GenOne will be able to take a fourth and the lead here, more importantly. Never Duvak. Wanting to lead the charge. It's actually going to be Navira up here. Never Duvak just trying to put some pressure onto B, but it's a ghost bomb site. Nobody is there. And he's trying to sell a fake and, you know, force some rotations over or keep the B players busy so that his teammate can walk up into A. They're actually walking into a 5-man stack. 2 on either side of the pit, 1 there in the corner. Navira takes tagger damage from his own molly. That is going to indicate that they're coming. A little bit of a sound cue, a little bit of an early warning sign. Perhaps Navira still creeping forward. They won't be 100% sure that Tricked are on a full eco here. I think perhaps there's some pistols in play. Valde emerges now. Yeah, they realise, oh God. We're walking into a 5-man stack. Get out of here, guys. They'll be able to escape. Tricked kind of poke up and pull the trigger on that. Just a tiny bit too early. Means that they won't have the chance at sort of pulling them into this Venus flytrap and winning the round, but they've done some good damage. They've got a chance to hold on to this AK, carry it across for the next. Valde will take that with open arms, and a chance still to deal further damage here as well on the exit. And a teed up for a couple of frags, perhaps. Jax wants to line them up, mow them down, will actually fall to the bomb. So that's another AK that'll be grabbed by Tricked. And, you know, 3 casualties out of GenOne needing some extra reinvestment and 2 AKs being carried across for Tricked. That is almost as good as it gets for an eco round. They'll be very happy with that outcome. Jax. Overwhelmed. Wow. It's not even Leaks who kills him. He's the one that kind of goes balls to the wall, jumps through the smoke with the MP9. It's actually the spam out of Valde. It's just this sort of suppressing fire that's supposed to be there as a bit of cover. Does that for them. Queen X. Kravsy, hello. You're in my chat sometimes. How you doing? Chronic Counter-Strike enjoyer. Queen X just around this corner. Kersey. Tucked right in. We've seen this exact fight take place before. Last time it was Navira. The man disadvantage and walking into a bit of a stack site again. Trick's rotations have been pretty on the money. And the times that they haven't, they've, you know, either fallen early enough that it becomes somewhat irrelevant, or they found themselves saving. But yeah, right here, another good call, another good read to pull the extra rotate over. And it is, unfortunately, how you have to play Inferno.
Counter-terrorists win.
Navira. Darting forward, door opened. Salazar is aggressive here, as is Queenix, actually. Playing very aggressive towards the apartments. This is something that we haven't seen out of them so far. GenOne approaching with caution. Yeah, we've seen them quite consistently just be granted this apps control. They've been able to play someone close. Finally, Tricked want to answer back to that. We'll be able to draw first blood. 45 seconds on this clock. A whole minute elapsed before any damage dealt. But now, GenOne feel the pressure on. They have to try and do something. Spams back. Salazar falls, but a man advantage still here for Trick. Stevaduvek sneaky in the smoke. And he thought that he'd opened up B. He wasn't aware that there was going to be a second on the site. That's Leaks. And Kersey was coming to join him with that bomb. Realizes that it's no longer an option, an opportunity. 15 seconds. They're going to barrel it towards A. Queenix, the only defender. But he knows all he's got to do is buy time. Tick-tock, 10 seconds. Here's the sound cue with the molly. Navera finds a head. Kersey with another. And this bomb's going to be tapped in just in the nick of time as well. That is ridiculous. GenOne around that you give them no equity in. You say there's surely not a chance. They somehow snatch it away. Leaks. Not even really playing for this. Bomb's too far gone. He's just looking for exits. See one on the site, but he's just put himself in a horrible gunfight that even if he wins it, he can't even play for the round. He has to just get on out of there. So, awkward stuff. Back underway into the meat of things. Trick to try their hardest not to walk into the blender of GenOne that chopped them up last round. Valde, good nade damage again. Feels like Jax has fallen victim to this early util on Banana a little too often. Too often, perhaps. That early advantage, they can kind of reel it in a little bit here on Banana. They don't have to play all too aggressive. It's going to give them space to move up, but again, it's bang on the money with the rotations tricked. They brought a third man over, and with no CT smoke, nobody else is able to activate. Valde with the jumping, falling MP9 kill. Fire at his feet will flush him out. In fact, it's going to burn him to a crisp. There's another on the site, though, and they're just not keeping tabs on it. Leaks is there, also low from the util. But gets another when needed. Queenix will finish off, and yeah, it's that extra rotate, right? That comes down to a 2v2 and an awkward retake for Tricked otherwise. Maybe a 2v3, even so. But yeah, just that third man. Tucked behind oranges. Not expected at all. Less than second. Into a little bit of attack pause. Everyone's still in the server, so a good sign, but hopefully we'll be ready to go in a second. Okay, well, technical hiccups, the crease is ironed out, and we are back ready to go here on Inferno. Tied up at 5 apiece. Money isn't great for either party, to be honest. There's a fair bit of weight behind this round, and Leaks just found a crazy kill through that smoke. Hey, cheat, good damage. Jax is there to find his teammate, though. Queenix with all the pressure in the world on his shoulders as Jax just keeps barreling forward. Valde with a big spam kill through the smoke. You'd think that would maybe tease him to go for it, but no, it's another save call. And another 45 seconds of doing a whole load of nada. We wait for this bomb to explode and GenOne to inevitably win the round. Tricks aren't even going to go for exits by the looks of things. Hold on to this Galil and the A1S. Yawn. It is the right call, though. I give it all the hate, but it's the hate towards the map, not towards the teams of the decision-making. Inferno is it's my permaban. Man, I hate Inferno. I hate casting it, I hate playing it. For this exact reason. The correct way to play Inferno is this, and it's boring. You get a couple of seconds of action, and then saves, impossible retakes. Drac is killing your 7 leg. Oh no. He's 3 and 7. Kind of Kersey doing all the heavy lifting there for GenOne right now. They're actually playing well. It's not like they're getting smoked or anything, but other than Kersey, no one's playing particularly well here for GenOne. It's all sort of consistent, around about the 5 kill mark on average. So, Nodios. Let's try and play through this smoke. Rounds like this where you get creative, try and innovate a little bit. Go for something a little different, especially considering it's the last round of the half. Nothing to lose, nothing to save. Finally, we will see a round where whatever happens, even if they lose the bomb site, they'll throw themselves at it. And it's often rounds like this where teams sort of discover, teams that have had a very, very defensive and passive approach to their CT side and often falling away and saving in these 4v5, 3v4 scenarios and whatnot. And they eventually go for one in the final round of the half and win it. They think, oh, maybe we could have taken a few more rounds there. Had we have gone for some of those opportunities, but playing the economic game can always be cruel. GenOne at least will be able to breach their way onto the site. Kersey catching Valde. I'm not even sure if Valde was trying to play through that smoke or if that was just a pot shot. Either way, it was crucial, clinical. And another 2 out of Kersey to end the half. Puts him 13 and 5 as we draw the line in the dirt. 7-5 here for GenOne on their opponent's map pick of Inferno to get things rolling. Tricked looking a little bit out of this, considering they were 3-1 up. They have struggled to find their footing here on their own choice. Maybe their T side will yield better results, but it's such an interesting lineup, isn't it? Because you look at the successes that this team has had, right? And it's just bizarre. Valde's obviously had like a lengthy and successful career. You look at that trio of Salazar, Nodios, and Queenix, you know, that's the ecstatic core. They were a very good team. They made it to majors. They beat some strong sides. They were within that top 30 for a while. And then Leaks, that young talent that, you know, has the potential to be that star player and elevate this roster. And it's not really, at least so far, this roster not really been able to reach anywhere near the heights that you'd expect it to be capable of, I guess. But we'll see. As we said before this game started, the opportunities haven't really been there for Tricked in terms of tournament, things like that. PRS can be a bit of a cruel mistress, and they're slowly but surely picking up the points that will lead to perhaps more in the future. But his pistol round not doing them a lot of favors either. Valde called upon to be a hero, and he shows his heroics. Cape flailing behind him as he flies out of Palace. The apartments, it's not Palace. Could be the way he's playing. His Palace, his turf. The 2v2, Salazar. A little bit of contact. Oh, the repeat is crisp. Valde in the smoke as it starts to fade. It's a little bit awkward. Wins the fight against the Jawlies and Tricked after a round that started off pretty poor. It's actually Valde and Salazar that get an ace between them, a 2v5, and now a 3-piece and a 2-piece. Valve. Valdemar. That's where he gets his name from, I guess. Brilliant work being done. Eco here for GenOne. They made the right call. GenOne stacked the wrong bomb site. I'm not even sure they'll... Yeah, I think it's the right call to just not even touch this. Exit frags and whatnot are completely pointless. When you're just getting farmed by Mac 10s, you're then just feeding them money. And if you do find a kill or two, then it kind of does them favors because then they're not playing a bonus round. But they do feed the Mac 10s instead. And Tricks will take that with open arms. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of that, to be honest. That's a little bit of a mistake. Just give them the money that they do. We'll see one upgrade into the rifles as well. Decent trade, Leaks and Jack. 1 for 1. Drac, contact. Oh, but it's such a mess that Valde is actually able to go 1 for 1 before falling. Not bad at all. That'll propel Leaks into a double entry and Tricked right back on easy mode. That is perfect. So 8-7, Tricks have got the lead. And it'll be a force back here for GenOne, but not a full investment. Couple of MP9s, Never Duvek down to that M4A1S. 5-7, a Desert Eagle. And not a whole lot more. Not a whole lot more. But an opportunity for sure to tie things up. If they lose it, then they'll have an investment in that following. However, they're about to lose this A site. It's double setup between Jackson and Avira here in the apartments, whilst it does yield them one. Kirsty will fall on the rotate, and now they are locked into apps. And Tricked have got all the information. They've got a bit of util to keep them there as well. HE won't do any damage, but acts as a deterrent. Walk any closer will blow you to pieces. Just when it felt like, you know, GenOne had taken the half. They had a decent little lead. They got off to a good start in the pistol round as well, and you think, okay, GenOne could win their opponent's map pick and you know, really be in business here. As it is so often in CS2, the tides turn very, very quickly. MP9 will go down. That's okay. AKN and M4's been recovered. In the meantime, Trick take a fair few casualties, so reinvestments will be needed, but the money accommodates it. Still, 9-7. This was going to be a full buy from GenOne regardless, so carrying across 2 rifles helps them. Allows Jackson Kersey to save a bit of money in the bank. Build up that economic cushion. Down on low. Barreling right through. Nodios with a big... pick up. Everything's frozen for me, so you got to bear with me. There we go, I'm back. All right, 2v2. Salazar and Leaks wet the world on their shoulders. Good trades, though. Wow. All right. Just running through the smoke dry. Yikes, GenOne. They really want whatever it takes to just get that one materialized. It doesn't work. Into another tackle balls. And the fire around the Trick logo, don't worry, it doesn't mean that stuff's on fire. It means that they're on a round streak, but... oh my god, never do that! Oh, only the one. Alright. Nothing too crazy.
Counter-terrorists win.
Let's jump on with a wild round win, though. Sorry for the awkward little pauses. I'm having some sort of technical issues. Every now and again, the feed freezes, and then I sort of catch up, and the round's finished. I think it's sort of sorting itself, so maybe it's getting worse, actually. I don't know. Either way, that one should be done soon. As we go to overtime, does feel like it's on the cards, right? This great Tricked economy now starting to deplete. Jax. Oh, couple of beautiful headshots. If he doesn't find 2 there, this round absolutely could have gone the other way, but yeah, Valde left with a 1v3. Doable. Timing doesn't actually favour him there on that little check, but the spray from range is tricky. And GenOne back onto 9. The money now should be completely broken here for the T side, and it will be. They really won't have a lot. The full eco tricked. Not a lot to bring to the table, surely. At least not the firepower. Maybe they can look at something. Can overwhelm this or flashbang is decent, but the crossfire should hold up. The Julies, yeah, just a little more powerful as well. Love that from Kersey. Does actually only find himself one, but you know, if you've got that off and the sidearms, the USP, so easy to get overwhelmed by those Glocks. You have the Julies as your secondary on the other hand. Feels like that narrative changes. Big spams. She should do a whole lot more damage. It's not tons of it, but it's enough. See. Easy enough to play in front of that smoke. He was doing so anyway. They might not expect this AWP on the angle. Tied up at 10 apiece as well and tricked with no money. This is a must-win round. Trade is there for the first. Leaks will win that duel on the second, but will they expect a third? The answer for a second seemed like no, but the trade comes through regardless. Salazar pulls the numbers back in their favour. Trick should be good for an 11th. Devaduvek and Drak look like they'll have a crack at this. No. They've changed their mind. Okay. I was sort of thinking, like, you know, we had so many of these situations where they just not touch it in that first half. Trick not wanting to be ambitious with any of these disadvantageous retake positions, but I mean, they now don't have time for this, so it is just about exit. Let them do Vex in a little bit too deep. Okay, Drac does find one. Yeah, you can't help but feel if they'd have done that 30 seconds earlier, maybe there could have been something more there, but 11 to 10 regardless. Those two rifles saved, it does make that reinvestment a little bit easier. I think they would have been able to rebuy anyway, so that's sort of where I was teetering for them to go for something more there. But yeah, either way, sort of playing the long game. Not that there's much of a long game left to be played. We're on round number 22. Vera. Decent trade onto Nodios. Nodios has been real consistent, just finding these entries. He's almost always going 1-for-1, but that's fine. He gets that information, just thins out those defenses. That's exactly what you want to do. 4v4 is always going to favor that T side, especially on a map like Inferno. But the rotations, the distance between the two sites, so lengthy. Vera left 1v2. He might actually try and... No. Alright. I was going to say, if he hears them sort of running away early enough, might try and sneak in for a ninja. Instead, he will just play for the exits, get rid of that. Or maybe the second as well. No, but Queenix will die to the bomb here. The dink will do it. Boom. Okay, so makes things expensive at the very least. I love that Trick don't take any chances, though. They're happy if everyone goes down. It doesn't really matter. Just securing that 12th round is the most important thing. But yeah, early doors, when we were seeing Trick like save in so many scenarios, it's like, okay, well, it's early game. You don't have to sort of stress it all too much. But like, when we get late game like this, and you know, you've got GenOne on the cusp of losing this map, Tricked on map point now. You do kind of expect them to go for the 2v3. You expect Navira to maybe have a little bit of a stab at the 1v2. I know he didn't have a lot of health. It's not the easiest call to make there, but this feels very, very reserved, very passive. Phoenix. Not sure what that little reaction was, but reacted to something. Oh, Nodios. There it is again, 1-for-1. Spams through the wood. First kill. Insta-traded. That's fine. He's done his job. He's doing it beautifully. Time and time again. Doesn't even need to see him sometimes. Salazar will get one back towards the top of Banana. Queenix. Big kill. Wow. Yeah, I think this is where they just slammed the door in GenOne's face. They, you know, gave them a little bit of something. They allowed them into this game, especially in that first half. But since they've got the ball rolling, that economy flowing here in the second sort of portion here of Inferno, they've solidified themselves as the better team. It's become very apparent as to why they picked this map. Drac by himself. This one he will go for, but it's the fact that he's kind of not even really having a go at it. You know, it's last round, it's a 1v3. There's absolutely nothing to lose. And still proceeded with that caution. Yeah, rough. It's a rough one. It's a rough one there for GenOne. That definitely felt winnable, but a couple of those key rounds in the mid-sector just, yeah, causing them all sorts of problems. So, that's going to wrap things up for map 1. It is the Trick map pick, so nothing to get too concerned about just yet. But we do have, I believe it's Dust 2 up next, so we'll just go and double-check that. Yeah, it is Dust 2. It's a GenOne map pick. It is one that Tricked play, but not as well as GenOne, frankly. So I think we could be seeing another third map here. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to go to a short break, folks. When we return, we'll be ready and waiting with that Dust 2 map, so don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody. We are underway with map number 2. Good to go here on Dust 2, of all places. We did see this one come up earlier on, first map of the first series of the day, but a little bit of a repeat. No change of scenery. Salazar. Oh, what a crossfire here on long. Shutting that right down. Him and Nodios. Getting the whole pie to themselves. Nobody else gets a slither. Nah, we don't get a replay. We just get... Or do we? No. Alright. Tidy stuff, though. Tidy stuff. It's good stuff. To just about sort of edging their map pick their way. Their opponent's pick, putting your foot down like that, you should be able to secure a second round here without too many complications. Going quite heavy on the rifles here too. Got a long range map, and it's one that, you know, they don't want to be going too heavy on any kind of bonus or anything like that, so... You know, that 1 MP9 on Valde, you got the scout and Salazar, he's just sort of tagging them up in mid, and hoping that Valde can get a lion's share of these, but over towards long by himself, doesn't seem like that'll be the case. Now he's got to try and sort of work his way back around, because ideally, he wants to be the one to grab that rifle at the end. I guess it could be Salazar as well. If you don't want to fall into enemy hands, you certainly don't want to go on a waste. Cursing, jumping across. Nodios is there to shut it down. And there you go. Should be fairly clean. Finished off right there. No. Hello. Valde. Oh, just about gets to it. Jesus. No idea what he was doing running into mid there, but either way, they do get out with the 3 rifles. It's the most important thing. No real silver linings there for GenOne. They found the 1 kill, no bomb plant or anything like that. So, yeah. Nothing too crazy. 2-0 start here for Trent. Now, up against the buy of GenOne, you maybe expect a bit of resistance, but we will see. Salazar misses his opening shot. It is just a scout. The scouts can be quite potent here on Dust 2, especially when you're playing towards the mid doors. And you know, you almost, I wouldn't go as far as to say you favour a scout over an AWP, but there are reasons for it. When you're sort of jiggling the mid doors there and you're taking the fights in top mid and suicide, having an AWP's very slow, right? It feels very slow. You're taking a lot of angles at once. Having that sort of movement speed and the versatility of being on that scout and just being able to jiggle and take those fights is, yeah, it can be quite powerful. Navira. Love the entries. Oh, actually triples it up. It's the Navira show here. Weight of the world on his shoulders. He's doing absolutely everything. Kirsty will take one more, but the round was already pretty chalked up at that point. Nodios. No options. Not a lot that he can bring to the table here. Wants to try and save, but yeah, denied the opportunity. So we'll lose that flawless KD as well. I mean, technically, it's, you know, still a 4 KD, whether it's 4 and 0 or 4 and 1, but can't say he hasn't died yet. Salazar. Back on the scout, but not a lot of firepower to work with here. Whilst GenOne have got all the AKs in hand. 35 seconds already elapsed on that clock. Just walking this back. And one. Flash out without a tucked. They're going to press him. Drac will find the kill. So they keep barreling forward. Salazar connects one with the scout. So decent trade. Does he have the info that they're actually all there? The answer's no. The trades are decent. Leaks is able to salvage an AK. Queenix gets the 1D and the M4. They will just back up and save. Not a great outcome, but it's sort of the best of a bad situation, I guess.
Terrorists win.
There you go. Bomb goes boom. GenOne on to 2. Drac and Navera making light work of this. It's those 2 safe rifles. You're sort of begging to do something here. They get absolutely denied the opportunity.
Bomb has been planted.
Nothing to come.
Terrorists win.
Queenix by himself. Now, shut down. Navera with a nice headshot. GenOne on to 3. Alrighty. Nice shot, Kersey. Only needs to see the elbow. Disconnect right there, Leaks. Yeah, I'm not sure he was spotted on the site. Could have had that element of surprise. The flashbang. It's good enough, though. Navera blinded. Puts it back into a 4-on-4. They're not going to press the issue any further off of that. Alexander pulled off his angles enough. They're going to try and route their way up short. And, yeah, that little gap that they've found will allow them to do exactly that. HE over the top. Particular damage. Kersey returns the favour. And a 2v4, Leaks and Valde. HE. Oh, a lot of damage. A whole load of damage. But no kill found, and Leaks, yeah, wasn't even really touching it. You know, if those kills had come through, it would have boiled down to a 2v2, maybe even a 2v1. Then he would have come and joined the party, but to be honest, was already kind of too far away. Not a lot of faith there. He seems to have in his teammate, so GenOne are going to make this 4.
Terrorists win.
It's round number 7. Locked and loaded. Leaks with that saved AK. Everybody else kind of miles off the mark with the firepower, but, you know, upgraded pistols, bit of Kevlar, sometimes go a long way. In the right hands and in the right places. Just have to wait and see. Spams right now, kind of falling on deaf ears. Slow stuff. I'm kind of surprised that GenOne are actually allowing this time to tick as low as it is. Considering the fact that, yeah, they're up against so little. That opening kill out of Leaks adds extra pressure. Leaks is still doing damage and he's still alive and kicking. If he can delay this plant, it could mean absolutely everything. He will delay it. Doesn't deny it. So now that time pressure alleviated, but look at this. Trickter doing it all. And it has to be said, it's Leaks there. Finding the opening too. Putting them in that position where that's winnable. What a ridiculous round for Trick to pick up. And the second that... yeah, those pistols and armor are able to upgrade into the rifles, that's where you just run away with it, don't you? Okay, so ready to roll again. Up out on either side, rifles on everybody as well. Tricked looking more like a T side, stacked up with the AKs. But Kersey boosted over, sees the Salazar aggression, won't allow him to get away with it. It's a good start to the round. Very real opportunity. GenOne to bite right back after, you know, that little bit of an unfortunate hiccup, let's call it. So, Nodios. Little bit of contact, has to be careful. The nades rain in, Leaks. How is that fire not burning him? He is definitely going to go unchecked it. And they do actually look for it. In the chaos of it all, it feels like the right place to be clearing. Despite the fact that the fire is sort of obscuring it. Queenix on the rotation. Ball's down to a 1v1. Bomb planted. Queenix being loud and proud about this. But, oh, wow. Okay, well, I was going to say, Drac might not have necessarily heard him, given how far away he is, but shooting the dead body on top of the boxes certainly gives up his location, and Drac can just tuck himself and play behind it. It's perfect. It's a little bit awkward, that time in there, but either way, doesn't matter all too much. So, molly damage being dealt. Navira. How does he get away with that? Valde just bites off a little more than he can chew. Right out in the open. So difficult to take multiple fights at once. Odios. M4 about to swing out, but again, similar to what Valde was met with, just a few too many. Feels like you're teed up for at least one, but you get overwhelmed. You don't know which target to focus on. For every one bullet you fire, they're firing 3 back at you. GenOne kind of pulling away a little bit here. Ooh. Oh, hang on a minute. Every time I speak too soon. A 5-7 does something crazy. It's Leaks this time, just bombing it into lower tunnels, smashing 2 heads. Tripping over each other, Devo, Duvek and Drac trying to trade. One another, just doesn't work out. Vera would be doing his brother proud. 89% headshots. Over 10 kills. I'm not quite sure how that works, to be honest. The math ain't nothing with that, but it doesn't matter. Trades are there. Navira's found himself a 3-piece. And hang on a minute. He's just found 2 more, and it's still at 89%. So I think that might be a little bit broken. But doesn't matter. Queenix coming up short. Maybe it's fixed from the end of the last round. That would make sense. If it takes the data off the scoreboard, Queenix doesn't care about all of that. Just cares about getting this round over the line. And I can't help but feel GenOne have caused themselves some problems here. Wait, is the bomb on top of the box? It is. Oh, I was going to say, why smoke the middle of the site? But it's so awkward. That is so awkward. And Navira, there you go. Yeah, it does. It updates at the end of the round. So a 13th kill, 85% headshot now. That adds up. The math now maths, sort of. Salah's up. Big nade, blows the smoke open. He'll actually be bombarded in return. The flash comes out. So perhaps under a bit of pressure, Kersey. The big pick. Puts it back into a 4-on-4. No Dios. Jiggle out, few bullets fired, Drax super low, so any kind of stray bullet onto him would do the trick, but now nothing new. Fire burns on short. Devaduvak, big pickup. Queenix down. Nevera's actually going to follow up. No Dios here in elevator. Nick sits patient on short. There you go. No Dios activates. Now the pressure's on. Wide swing from Drak to try and trade it. Leaks is there to support. And follows up with a headshot onto Nevera as well. Tricked right back in the picture. 4 rounds on the board. What's the T-money looking like? It's okay. There's enough. There's enough to buy up quite substantially into this final round and a half. Kersey. Oh no. That's Queenix as well. That's not even the man that's trying to take that jewel with him. Just a cruel shot on the cross. Feels bold though. With the early man advantage to give it away like that, flashing through the short smoke, you're just hoping that the player that's holding short is on that drop angle and not playing behind that smoke. And, well, they're so terribly wrong. Nodios is there. And he still sticks around, too. When he drops his incendiary, then he'll start to move. But, yeah, just eager. Seeing if anyone else wants to try his luck. They won't. They won't try their luck. So, the man advantage here tricked. Leaks. Oh, wow. Good spam. Good timing on that as well. Drax, he's scratching his head going, man. Got a little bit mean. That's a bomb as well. Not on that spam. The last one that went through, but just an impossible place for it to be and to recover. Nevera looking for this. It's been almost a team ace. Everyone but just the single. Queenix, of course, can't complete it. There's Nodios to get his second and wrap things up there. Fairly consistent stuff out of Tricked on the scoreboard at that halfway mark. On the other side of things, it's pretty top-heavy. Nevera, Kersey having great games on the bottom end of things. Devaduvak and Jax struggling to leave their mark, have that impact. At 7-5, feels very, very doable. For either team that applies, of course, but for Tricks, the ones that have been trailing throughout this map and look like they've been struggling at times. A little resurgence, that recovery at the end is the difference between a 7-5 and a 9-3. It's only 2 rounds, but it's monumental in the grand scheme of the game. Okay. Ooh, Quinix. Nice shot. Jack's able to get one back, though. And oh, what else really sort of going on here? It's the T's scrambling a little bit. That bomb going back to T spawn. Queenix then takes that contact. Says, actually, maybe you guys should go out long. Timing's awkward. Jax will take him. Never Duvak. Here at the USP. Flashbang's good. Leaks. Oh, wow. Two massive pickups. This is a key round. But no, Valde's not able to win that scrappy close fight with the Glock. That's where you expect it to thrive. It just doesn't. Instead, stripped to the chance. Okay. So really just an eco here out of trick. That scout is just to prank you. Pretend it's not there. Any damage would be good damage here for Tricked. It's kind of weird when you see like a scout fight like that out of Valde. Not sure I'm the biggest fan of it, but I'll bite my tongue, I'll hold my words. Keep hitting shots like that. Give that scout just a little more equity. Find yourself with a man advantage. Yeah, you know what? Having a one sort of semi-upgraded weapon. Not bad at all. Nodios will fall in the meantime, just lurking there towards long. It's Jax, who last round on the pistol was the B anchor. The spawn gods testing him, spawning him either side of CT, so he can get a real explorer of the map. There you go, Strack to clean up all four. Over the team damage there done by Valde's scout. So yeah, feeding the bank of the CTs. Tons of money. Drax going to be able to then drop an AWP over to Kersey. They know that as soon as they get that out, it can be a powerful force. And here then in the buy round, Salazar onto a scout. He drops an AK over to Valde. Huh. Interesting approach. Very interesting approach. We'll see what they can do with it. The 9-5 down. It's a little bit of a must-win on their opening buy up here. Jax blinded, overwhelmed. Queenix, full W, runs and guns him down. The scout will land the tag, so now it does become a fair battle of the snipers. Kersey, a little too slow with that one. Given a real taste of just how quick that scout can be, a great example. Movement speed while you're scoped in. Just Ferrari peak and angle. Don't give the AWP an opportunity to fire a shot back. Nodios, good entry out onto B. Nodios. Hang on. He's doing it all here. A massive triple. It's Queenix to finish, but tricked onto 6. Not bad, my friends. No money here for GenOne either. I don't think they'll go for a force. Yeah, Navira can kind of justify it. He's got more money than everybody else, so can Kersey, but I think Kersey wants that AWP out as soon as possible. I was thinking Navira would maybe save money for the AWP, but yeah, Kersey's got tons of cash. So he'll hard eco. 1900 in the next. Just about enough for him to get that sniper out with the Kevlar. Maybe a flashbang, a smoke to go with it. I think he can afford a kit. Everybody else, pretty much a full eco. A couple of upgraded pistols. Navira buys Kevlar just because he can. Balances out that money. Drax a tad over invested. That Deagle buy. He is actually double eco here. I don't like this at all. There's really no need for him to buy down the way he has. He gets 1,900 loss in the next, so add that to your $850. He'll be on an MP9 at best. That'll be without a helmet. Not that it matters against the AKs, but feels audacious. I've said plenty of times, though. Anytime I criticize, I may to eat my words. The pistols have caused problems, and Jax will do so again. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but an AK given up to the CTs, you can't help but feel that in the context of things, that 1-for-1 favours them. Gives them a slight edge here, at least more of an advantage than they had a moment ago. The timer ticks, their equity increases. They're just waiting for someone to creep up from CT. It's actually not going to be the case. Goes down. Yeah. Caught out in the open, Devo Duvek. The numbers back in the favour of the T's. Jax with the AK, putting it to good use. Surprising that it hasn't found its way to Navira, who's the only one with Kevlar. He doesn't need it. 2 headshots with the 5.7. And it's called upon for Salazar to get it done with the Glock of all weapons. He had an AWP on his back and knew that if he fires the shot, he gets overwhelmed. Jeez, that comes close. An eco round. Even with it coming down to the wire, boiling down to what it does, Drac is still only on that aforementioned MP9. Guess you'll buy the flashbang with the extra couple of $100. Just falling short of a miracle round there for GenOne to just keep this pressure applied. And don't even allow Tricked back into the picture. Into another technical pause before we go any further. We have had a few of these today. None of which have been very long, but yeah, consistent sort of slight issues. All right, back into the action. 9-7, anyone's game to take. And this round has a fair bit of weight behind it if you're GenOne. No money left. I mean, there's not a lot to work with for Tricked if they lose this one either, but yeah, certainly it applies here. We see through our rose-tinted goggles, Kersey, his screen was full white, but he just threads the needle, shoots between both. Trades are brilliant from Valde and Nodios. And a momentary 5v3 breaks back to evens, favors the T's for sure. This B-bomb site, notoriously hard to get back into. Navira with the falling shot on the A1S. But it's traded right back. Valde crisp, quick to the trigger. Devo Duvek, oh, just caught looking the wrong way. Only had the information of one on the site, thought that perhaps the second was on the lurk, on the flank. It's not, it's Salazar on the big box. He's holding the tunnels. It's a massive round win. And it's going to propel Tricked onto 8 rounds and potentially a 9th to try and tie this up. This is brilliant work being done. We draw just that little bit closer. The finish line, these two teams still inseparable. Remember, Tricked just about narrowly won that first map. Oh no, Navira! Ay, ay, ay. Plays in front of the first molly, but they've heard him. No escape. No escape. Nice shot, Kersey. Devaduvek's pretty heavily invested into this as well. He's down at 950 bucks. I'm not 100% sure if they have the max loss. I thought it was 2,900. Maybe I'm wrong on that, so maybe he doesn't have any problems. But if it is 2,900, he's not quite going to have enough money next round, assuming they lose here. Now, that felt like a bit of a given just a few seconds ago, but I don't know. Devaduvek's now got access to an AK. He's got Kevlar. Where's the other one? Ah, it's actually in tunnels, so yeah, Drac will be able to grab that as well, and all of a sudden, this is a very winnable 2v3. GenOne want to play for this? The answer's yes, but a bit of a whiff. Drac thought he was taking the close fight. Didn't realise that he was going to be facing into one at long range that was looking the wrong way. He has to sort of readjust, and yeah, as he loses that duel, that awkward fight, he will just back up, fall away empty-handed. Devaduvek, I mean, not empty-handed. Comes away with an AK, but, you know. Awkward one to lose. Trick to win this round should be GG. I mean, not this one. The next one, yeah. If they win the next buy round, it's not quite going to be GG, but it should put them on to 11. And you know, at 11-9, you really fancy your chances, don't you? Depends how things go. If GenOne go for like a hard save, then maybe be on a back-to-back buy rounds or something. It, you know, depends. Depends quite heavily here. But Devaduvek surviving, carrying across that AK, actually does them some favours. They'll have max loss in the next if they need it. That will still only merit a half buy. It won't be a full investment if GenOne can't win this round, but the loss bonus will help them at this stage in the game as they're starting to lose control a little bit. A map that felt very winnable, their own pick. Triple boost. Zorp. Oh my god, Salazar! It's the fact that Navira actually does so much damage on the spam. Here's the AWP shot, doesn't even clock it. Thinks that it's maybe just a spam through the smoke. Not sure he saw the trajectory of where that bullet came from. That is just ridiculous from Salazar. He'll drop that AWP over to Leaks. He's one of the low HP players. I'm surprised it doesn't fall into the hands of Valde, but it won't matter all too much. Salazar on the rifle will still be just as potent. No scope collapse from Kersey, but he won't follow up for a third. If he hits that extra shot, then just maybe. But without it, Devo, Duvek and Jax on the other side of the map. outnumbered, not quite outgunned. The rifles are there. They've got those kits, but no util. By the time they get there. I mean, those kits would be handy, but probably irrelevant. As I always say, this B-bomb site just so tricky to crack. On the retake as a CT, your AI winner prediction giving them too much equity here. This is impossible for GenOne. They won't even try it. So the go 10 for Tricked, but as I said before, this next round would be a little bit of a freebie against like a low force if Tricked got all 5 kills. But with GenOne keeping 2 players alive, they can reinvest here. Devaduvek could drop an AWP to Kersey. We'll see Jax drop a rifle over. There you go. And yeah, Navira maybe goes down to a FAMAS or something. Maybe not even. Okay, they're just going to drop the AWP. They're not going to go for the extra rifles. They'll come in with 5.7s. This actually kind of leaves the door open for another buy. It would only be Devaduvek that wouldn't be able to afford next round if they lose here. But they have no intention of doing that. Showing no signs of doing so either. Kersey with a big shot on the AWP to get things started. Next. Oh, that's a really good flash. Gonna separate the fights. Devaduvek has to deliver, and he does. That's the bomb as well. Kersey for another. Leaks 1v4. Knows he's pretty much got no shot at this. Devaduvek is around here somewhere. Won't realise he's just so close behind that door. 3k from him. And a massive round from one of the boys that saved the rifle from the last. Carried through that AK, dropped the AWP, was a real catalyst. It was him and Kersey doing it all there. Second AWP comes out in this round. Goes into Navira's hands. He's got the long spawn, so perhaps tries to go for that early pick. Yeah, big round win from GenOne. Yeah, it is interesting. Sort of talking about that round prior when they were on B, sort of just catching up with the Twitch chat a little bit. Why they were committed to long, it is a bit of a question mark. Because, you know, Tricks were showing signs of having that B presence very early. I guess the idea is that, yeah, maybe if they are going to rotate back around, it would be the long hit. But Drax under pressure right here. Kersey draws first blood. Drax there for the double spray. Kersey follows up for a fourth. And just like that, Tricked hit a brick wall again. And Drac... oh my god. Oh, wow. Okay. Wanted to go for the knife kill for a second. Salazar doesn't make it too easy for him. So goes back to the USB, but confidence brimming on these boys. No damage taken there in that round. All 5 kills going their way without complication. Kinda bonkers. WP. Oi. Won't connect. Second sniper. Trying to push GenOne onto 12. Tricked have kind of conceded to the fact they've probably got to play for overtime here. There's a decent chance we'll be seeing a third and final map. Honed in on the angle is Navira. Kersey on the other as we switch between the scopes, the tunnel vision. We watch this round through a circular sight line, but it's leaked for a beautiful 1D. Devaduvek has to try and recover this now. Does manage to trade it back, but could do with a little bit more. Zodiac swaps out to the Deagle. Knows he needs to hit his headshot. It's a good flash as well. Just adding an extra delay, an extra layer to this as the extra pieces get into place. And there you go. Everybody takes a single kill there. Devaduvek with the 2-piece. Really, really good stuff out of GenOne. After Leaks adds a little spanner to the works, a little wrench in the machine. $12 to 10. Double orb still in play. On the other side, Drictor on a buy, but it's far from perfect. It is far from perfect. No warp on Salazar. Instead, he's down to the Galil, but Leaks is still doing what Leaks does best. I said about that young gun talent that comes with some of the more experienced boys. Got 20 kills here in this map. He's doing everything he can to try and take it tricked away, but Devo Nuvex denying that at the door. And as will Navira, aggressive up middle to shut it down. It's going to be 13-10, and we are going to a third and final map, folks. Oh, all right. Day one, opening group stage matches, and things are heating up. You know, we saw the 3-mapper earlier. That went the distance. We got a 3-mapper here again in this second. 9 Insilio earlier on really delivered, and this one is meeting expectations as well. We're going to jump to another short break, folks. When we return, we'll be back with that third and final map of the series, and we'll go and double-check what map we're actually headed to. I've gone off the HLTV page. Bear with me 1 second. There it is. Nuke. I forgot. Yeah, Nuke. So that's going to be a really interesting one. Another map, just like our third map decider in the series earlier, where it was on Anubis, and you know, the knife round, picking the sides, kind of has a little bit of an impact. Nuke has that same thing, but the other way around. So I'm quite excited for this decider, and you guys should be too. Join us back in about 10 minutes, and we'll be ready with the action. Welcome back, everybody. Third and final map. Sorry for the slightly extended delay. We've had a little bit of delay getting the players into the server and all of that jazz, but we are good to go. Ready to rumble here in round number 1. GenOne setting off on their T side, tricked on their defense. Double Jawley's in play. Queenix and Nodios to wield them. Over on the other side, it is just the Glocks. Duvek, though, picked out of the sky. Leaks will follow up with one. Oh my god, found it. For 2 in the meantime as well. This is brilliant. It all falls onto Jax's shoulders. Jax left by himself then. Obviously, he doesn't want to be surviving or anything here. He kind of just wants to go in and die, but there are ways to go about that, right? He'd like to try and find a kill or 2, or maybe, if possible, a bomb plant. That feels ambitious. Ooh, okay. Well, there's that kill. It won't be 2. And denied anything more, so... Good work being done. Trick to that first round going down in their favour. Brilliant. Ooh, shot Jax. Don't get to see it, but you can hear it. You know it was crisp. No extra bullets fired, just the one. Salazar gone. Just outside of A main. Leaks. And Jaggle. Good spray up. That's Drac gone. The rest going to group up. Try and play in towards ramp. They've taken the lobby control. No one on Tricked has got that aggressive. Right way to go about it. Queenix with that MP9 as well. Should be able to go and upgrade off of Salazar when the time comes. But right now, Nodios is just dropping this back. He's actually given them so much space. And I'm kind of surprised because this is an eco round from GenOne. So allowing them all the way through ramp and up heaven and whatnot, I'm kind of surprised that Nodios doesn't want to just take that fight. Either way, keeping him guessing. Queenix will then be able to mop up. Not bad. Not bad at all. I'm not sure what Salazar had. I thought he had a rifle, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he also had an MP9. So that's why Queenix doesn't want to go and upgrade. So, Queenix. Ready with the incendiary. All the smoke's up. Drac. Up on top of the silo. Okay, hang on a minute. Entries out onto the A site. Valde's still on top of Hut, though. And they just don't clock him. He's able to land another dink. That's enough for Leaks to just follow up. One bullet will do the trick. Feet spotted there. A Drac. Nodios is there to finish. It's pretty perfect as it goes. Just pistols. Once again, tricked off to a lightning start here on map 3. Sometimes what comes, starting off on that CT side. Let's go from Nodios. Someone who overstays welcome. Valde's been dinked. Very aware. They don't really want to give up a plant here. I mean, whatever happens, like GenOne are going to be on a buy in the next round anyway, but right now you actually need to focus on trying not to lose this round because it's falling out of your grasp. Queenix has now been tagged down low. He'll be finished by Jax. And a round that, you know, they were just trying to sort of keep a lid on. It's like, yeah, we're against an eco, it's whatever. No one was really grouping up. They just give one by one fights and actually somehow end up losing it. Salazar begging for a bit of mercy here, trying to escape with the AWP, but they're pressing for him, hunting him down hard. Will hit one. Second looking for the trade. Smoke. Just allow him to close that gap a little bit. Makes it harder for the York. Missed shot. Julies will not suffice. That'll be that. First on the board for GenOne in quite an unorthodox fashion. Pretty crazy stuff. Gonna see scoped in with his AWP. Daniel starts to wriggle his way forward. HG will go deep. Devo Duvek for the first, but look at this lobby crunch. It's brilliant. Man advantage here for Tricked again. A lot of weight back on them. Deep smoke, Navera. Stuck right back. Winnick's now patient. Ooh. Shot Drac. Man advantage, pretty short-lived. They have still got the bomb at least, but you know, GenOne sort of picking straw out of the hat elsewhere. It weakens the structure. And Tricked might just topple. Queenix needs to win this first fight. He's going to reposition a little bit, get himself on an off angle. Molly into the corner. Okay, converts on that single, but that's going to swing Nodios right into the open. He gets Kirsty down to 1 HP, but certainly wouldn't be able to find Drac anyway. And that'll be the second there for GenOne. And every little victory helps here on this T side. Every round win, every small margin. You hit the halfway point with 4 or 5 rounds. There's a smile on your face. 5 for sure. 4 for somewhere in the middle. A half smile. They'll be set for 3 at least now, though. And there's 6 as well. Nodios. Down to 1 HP. The only man with Kevlar as well. So, whilst ideally you want to pass this M4 on to somebody else. Into anyone else's hands, it shouldn't be able to do as much. Oh, lovely head angle, though. Might just be how he got tacked down to 1 HP. An AK through that top of the box might not be lethal. Out onto the site anyway. Navira attack down low. Man advantage tricked. Could be looking to give GenOne a taste of their own medicine here with a round like this. Nodios wants to back off and save that M4. That's fine. He will not have any further relevance in a retake like this. 1 bullet from anyone or anything would get him finished off. Leaks has found an AK. He wants to back off and save as well. Oh, it's a bit of a shame. Could have been the catalyst to a round. They're on a buy in the next anyway, but and we'll give this up. These remaining USPs will look for some exits, and well, they will get them, or at least they'll get 1. Starting perhaps for another. There you go, 1 bullet, all that's needed. Actually lands the headshot as well. Hey. Opportunity there for more as well as that bomb exploded. Devaduvek and Jax were low enough that a couple more USP taps would have done it, but it won't end up being the case. With another Tech 9, Devaduvek. This is where you know you've got a strong economy. You start buying sidearms. So you can do whatever. Leaks. Peek out. Devaduvek's there for it. It's a very good trade back from Salazar, though. An important side. This is... oh, no. Really, Nodios? Oh, wow. That was bad. That was really bad. Okay. Well, that's going to be that round gone. GenOne to make it 4. Jeez. All right. Well,
Terrorists win. Bomb has been planted.
GenOne will now take the lead. They'll go 4-3. That was yeah, just an unfortunate string there, right? Okay. Oh, leaks. Ooh. Wiped out, just like that. So Kersey, I can just mop up against these pistols. I mean, you know, both teams have been tested enough by 5.7 USPs and whatnot. You are kind of worrying a little bit in rounds like this, in these kind of situations. You have to proceed with caution. You do have to make sure you don't make these mistakes.
Bomb has been planted.
Odios is 5.7. Knocked down a little bit here. Does actually make the jump and finds Kersey. With Devadubek and Navira so low, there is a chance that there could be more damage dealt here.
Terrorists win.
Navira. Ooh. It's Jax to find the entry instead. That was there for a decent trade, but yeah, this A site defense is just flimsy, right? Man advantage for Gen 1 again. It's going to be 6 rounds. Doesn't look like Tricked are really going to play in for this at all, especially with that re-smoke there into main. And they'll blow it open. I mean, hang on a minute. Maybe they are playing for this. I was pretty certain they'd pull the plug. Save like they did so many times on Inferno. Here on Nuke, it's a map that, A, you know, comes with a little more confidence, and B, maybe there's a little more on the line here, but defuse denied. And Kersey will go down with the ship. I think the Orc might as well. No, actually, Salazar will get just about far enough away, but regardless, it'll be a 6th round for Gen 1. Odios just around this corner. XM in hand. B9 to get aggressive into lobby as well. We'll take contact with Devadubek. Won't have much success. Salazar will elsewhere though with that AWP. You'd expect him to. Devadubek shooting dead bodies. Panic sets in. Forgot that he killed that guy just a second ago. Salazar, knowing that he needs to be the catalyst, the man to make this round work, repeaks, goes into Kersey and loses that fight. And Odios' shotgun around the corner. Does have a nasty bite to it. Looks like a crocodile. It bites like a crocodile. But I argue it bites worse than a crocodile. Good breed from Devadubek. He's been a little quiet outside. Enough time elapsed. Maybe someone's trying to walk up. Shotgun's actually going to find 2 there, so not too shabby at all. Leaks left for the 1 versus 2 then. Things super laggy on my end. It froze. And then it played for a second, and now it's frozen again. So bear with me. I'm not sure if it's frozen for you guys as well. I think it might be. I'm sure you can hear me. Oh, you can. I just checked on stream. You can. All right. It's frozen. This is where we need, like, elevator music. I don't think Leaks is going to clutch this. Reset retake 2v1 with an AWP. I think it's safe to say that this round's kind of chalked. Might get the opportunity to save the AWP, but we don't know. We will find out in a minute, I guess. Place your bets. I don't know, guys. It's been frozen for too long now. I'm scared. Normally, sometimes there's a little hiccup like this. It's all right. 2-3 seconds. We're back in action. I think this might be a bigger issue. All right, folks. I actually don't have any word from production. I don't have any word from anything. I really don't know what's going on. So I think we're just going to throw things over to a break screen with me on cam. I don't know. Maybe the server's crashed or something. I have no idea. Oh, hang on a minute. Things unfroze there. Are we good to go again? I think we are. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Well, GenOne are on to 7 now, so that does mean that, yeah, we didn't see the Leaks clutch. In fact, the AWP still in play does indicate that perhaps it was saved, but yeah, retake back on their hands. Bomb halfway ticked, and Kersey with a big shot. You saw him coming down those stairs, and you think, yep, he's good for at least 1 hit. They need to be quick on this. Leaks with another. Do they have a kit? No, they don't. I think he's just about got time on this. In fact, yeah, he definitely does. He's got it by a second or 2, so no major stresses, but another close one. GenOne could have made that 8 T-side nuke. This is already a very good half. You don't want to be giving them anything more. With a bomb plant, 3 kills like that, and a thriving economy anyway. Obviously, they'll have another buy for the final of the half. All right, so. All or nothing for the final round of the half. Tricked 5 rounds feels like a bit of a must, and even then it's not a great half for them. But it's okay. They only take 4. They are in trouble. Oh, Jax. Big entry. They want to make this 8. They want to just seal the deal right here. Luke's under a lot of pressure. Might be able to find Drac. No, doesn't clear the angle deep enough. It just comes onto Valde. 1v4. Nice pick up for the first. Flashbang in. Valde, I think he was hit by it. They know exactly where he is. He's making a lot of noise anyway. And there you go. Alrighty. 8-4, GenOne. Fantastic half. Considering they went 3-0 down, Tricked won the pistol and the follow-ups. That is almost as good as it gets. Pretty flawless from that point forward. I thought we'd see a little resurgence out of Tricked when they took that penultimate round, but they don't get anything more out of it. All right, second half pistol. Worth its weight in gold. Especially for Tricked. I'm taking a lot of ground here. Never Duvek. Let's just sneak it into the corner. Oh no. It's all going wrong. It's all going wrong for the Danes again. Two-man advantage on this retake. You really do expect them to take it. As Drac pulls the numbers in their favour further. Bomb's pretty far ticked though. About 18 seconds left on this. And there is no kit on the defence. So they just throw themselves at this round for Nevera. He's lost it, he knows. Even with the early advantages, that was a 5 versus 2. And Tricked just used the leverage of the time pressure. That bomb beeping away. Absolutely perfect. I said that pistol round was a must. The way in which they win it is still a tad concerning. It wasn't convincing by any means, but getting it over the line is really the most important thing right there. Found it. Double entry just up against the eco. Tricked. And nice and easy for a 6th. This will come without any real friction. Alright, so a buyback hit for GenOne, and well, this is to hold on to their lead. This is the problem. This is the problem with MR12, and the way that economy works, all your hard work starts to unravel. After something like an 8-4 half, which takes quite a lot to obtain. You lose a second half pistol, you lose the first buy round like this, and it all starts to crumble beneath you. That's exactly what we're seeing in real time. The bonus round out of Tricked as well. These Mac 10s staying alive. They'll have the opportunity to upgrade into the rifles. And Tricked put themselves right back in the picture. GenOne, even if they're able to hold on to these two M4s, I don't think there's going to be much of a buy in the next. If they get hunted and they're not, then that's that. We'll go 8 apiece. Alright, well, flawless round. Everyone on GenOne falling. There's not going to be anything really in this round. We might see a couple of upgraded pistols, something like that, because they have got the max loss bonus, but yeah, nothing substantial. A good opportunity for Trick to make this an 8th. First, we're going to another technical pause. Kind of been riddled with them, plagued today with some of these issues, but well, Tricked. Yeah, as expected, come back in with the big guns, and it is just going to be those upgraded pistols and a little bit of Kevlar scattered across the GenOne side. Jax. Oh no, he's disconnected. A tiny bit of damage was dealt, but it was onto Nevera. And just 7 HP of it, so I don't know. I don't think we'll actually see a round restart here, so it's a little bit unfortunate. But to be honest, if you're GenOne, if that's going to happen at a time like this, where it's a round that, yeah, you're unlikely to win anyway, it's better than, yeah, you know, it happening in the buy round and whatnot. So that is just kind of the way that goes. Valde with a big pick. Salazar follows up. Nevera's there for a trade. Actually makes it 2. Leaves this plausible for Kersey, but yeah, just an awkward position, right? Up the ladder and shut down. So, big stuff. Okay, Leaks with a big entry. This is 8-8. This is the GenOne buy round. And Nuke, so far, at least this map, seemingly proving to be very T-sided, which is a little unorthodox. Good HG. Oh, that is a lot of damage. Alright. Oh. It's contact out of main. Flashbang behind the second vent. Keep pressing forward. Queenix there with another. Navera. That's good timing, but not good composure. Crumbles under the pressure, as does Jax at the end right there. And Trick to take another. Their trades are just brilliant. The crossfires, even when they're entering onto the site. Just making sure they got the bases covered, locked and loaded. Pretty brilliant. HG into main. Gonna be Drac. Tagged down remarkably low. He's on 5 HP. They're still stuck in this 4x4 cycle. So 45 seconds, Trick to note. On a hot streak. They've had 5 rounds in a row. This momentum only gets harder to tackle as they keep pressing forward. Devo Duvek does get cleared. He thought maybe he plays on the other side of that site. He's been silent the whole time. Perhaps he'd get away with it. Jack's now 1v2. As Kersey falls to the hands of Nodios. They have a decent idea. It's going to be heaven or main. And as he tries to walk through the smoke, Nodios. Yeah. So that's the panic for a second, but that's okay. We'll get it done. That's going to be 10 for Trick. Good tactical pause out of GenOne. What the hell is going wrong here? How can we fix it? Nodios gonna bomb it down. Vent then, Kersey. Oi, oi, oi. Does well. Does well to get out of that 1-for-1.
Bomb has been planted.
Manages to trade out Jax. The most important thing, though, is Tricked. I've snuck a bomb plant. They've escaped down to the B site. Salazar won't be expected behind red box. And Drax so slow to react. I thought he'd maybe play for the trigger discipline. He doesn't even need it. He mops up all 3. Decent idea of where the 4th is as well. Salazar. Whew, let's see the head poke over. It's a little too late, but it doesn't matter. Certainly too late to have any impact in the round. A couple of beautiful shots from Kersey. Tricked already. Sealed an 11.
Terrorists win.
There's no opening up that wound again. You gotta let it slide. Go back into the next. They just give up the B site a little too easy there. So, early incendiary into doors. Kersey. Stay mobile with this AWP. Remember, he went aggressive into ramp last round. This round playing in and around A main and squeaky. Versatility, it just keeps your opponents guessing. Never know where you might face that sniper. He was able to save it in the last round, but everybody else, without a whole lot of money behind them. Down to the MP9s. GenOne, of course, still rocking the max loss bonus. This has now been 7 rounds in a row that they have faltered. And the economy is at least a small silver lining. Duvek. Contact. Here's him coming out. He will be traded, and Navira will go down without anything. Bomb's going to be tossed over. It's a good throw from Queenix. Sends it over the boxes. He'll follow up with another kill, Kersey and Jax. I mean, Kersey certainly wants to cut his losses. He'll get out of here again with the AWP, but saving it for what? They've not found a single round here on their CT side. And if he saves it into the next, then that might be their last. But yeah, I mean, there's a reason. I'm sort of catching up a little bit with what you guys are saying in chat. In CS2, especially with sort of the way that the economy works and stuff, we have seen this map balance out a little bit. We are seeing teams just generally have better T sides. I think, you know, Nuke has gone unchanged for long enough that teams are starting to work it out a little bit better. But yeah, generally speaking, the reason that this is a CT-sided map is because the CT side's just that little bit easier to play, right? It just is. At a bomb site, you know, you've got a lot of elevation, you've got a lot of angles, a lot of cover. You know, outside sort of comes with that same luxury, especially when you've got a good AWPer, someone like Kersey, who's actually putting up numbers here for GenOne, despite the fact that they're losing. And ramp is, you know, you're funneled into one spot. It's generally quite sort of easy as the ramp player to hold on to. So, now we've seen Jax disconnect again. Okay, this time there was no damage dealt early, so they will call for the round reset. That'll be okay. We'll get things reverted back to where they were. But, yeah, honestly, the fact that they're just not finding anything on their T side is, I guess, just concerning. Sorry, CT side is just a little bit concerning. It's, you know, one place where you do anticipate any teams to find a little string of success. 8-4 half should really deliver that. Okay, so we're going to go throw things to a very, very short break because it seems like this one's going to take a little bit longer to sort out. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes, folks. Don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Just had some technical issues on Jax's behalf, but he's back in the server now, and we are ready to go once again. Look at that string of yellow up at the top of your screen. That is Tricked's T side. 8 in a row, going from 8-4 down at the halfway point. At one point, they were actually 7-3. It was looking like it might be worse. So now 12-8 up. Kersey draws first blood in the round, and the refrags there. Leaks, big shot, and Kersey has missed the key one. Leak still pressing, but re-aggressing. He'll be punished. Kersey with a double, Everduvek with one, and it all falls on to Nodios. I weight the world on his shoulders for the 1v3. It's not one that has to convert. It's not one he has to win. Still have a few more chances, but to keep this flawless T-side alive, he will. Everduvek's there to deny. Swaps down his rifle. He's there, 1S for the AK-47. That's a nastier punch, and actually the CTs cannot clear it. So, 3 more chances to close here for Tricked. Money, of course, no problem at all. Winning 8 rounds in a row comes with its luxuries. But it, it does, of course, mean there's a little bit of an in here for GenOne. Lots of damage taken. Leaks fire at his feet. Has to be careful. With one bag. Queen X drops down. Oh, that's such an awkward gunfight, but it doesn't matter. Valde and Leaks pull it back to a 3v3. It's a little bit laggy on my end. It's tough to see what's going on, but I'm trying. Doing my best. Sort of. Valde. Oh, yeah. Wiped out. All on to Salazar, then. 1v3. I was going to say, felt like he had a good flank, but, you know, as the seconds pass, and more importantly, Nevera clears out lobby, Kersey then starts to entertain that perhaps that outside wraparound is actually a reality. And that's what we see right there. Holding the right angle, shutting it down with the AWP. 10th on the board for GenOne. Money starting to deplete here for the T's as well. They will have one more in the tank if they lose this round. So they can, in fact, buy out until the end of regulation, but regulation is perhaps a word that scares them. They want to just get this closed. Overtime, not a prospect they even want to think about. Good volley. Everduvek will take contact from it. They know he's up there. They've not been able to kill him. In fact, they've not been able to do a whole lot of damage at all. Leaks has to take the upwards angle. It's a horrible fight. The trades are good. Nevera's there for another. And it boils back down to another clutch scenario. This time it's Valde. 1v2 instead of 1v3. That's still obtainable. It's of course one to go for. Comes up the ladder, but again, they're so aware. Jax is holding for it. There's no breathing room. These balls to the wall pushes. Even trades, and they're not able to get it over the line. All right, well, they just throw themselves into the blender again. Maybe 3rd time's the charm. I think it's actually 4th time. Spam through the smoke. Drac will be able to trade it back. Tons of damage from the util, but a 3v3 and almost dead even. Drac's on 15 points of health. Leaks on 12. The other two on both sides looking reasonably healthy. Here we go. Flashbang will come from CT. That's going to let Jax out. Does mean that Kersey will be a little bit slow. So if they lose these trades, then Kersey is somewhat out of the equation. But the 1v1 just dancing around. 5-7 won't suffice. And GenOne denied that opportunity to go to overtime, to extend this to further rounds, and perhaps stay alive in their first series here in the opening group game in EPL Season 24. What a day it's been. We saw Insilio 9 go the distance. We saw this one go the distance as well. 3 maps at 13-11. A valiant attempt at a comeback there from GenOne at the end, but oh so close. And yeah, Kersey just being low on health and only having a 5-7 as that sidearm. I mean, it's the best sidearm you can ask for and something like that. But a rifle, I think, maybe would have made the difference. Either way, that's going to wrap things up from us. Thank you so much for watching, tuning in for today. I've been M&J. It will be one of my amazing colleagues bringing you through things tomorrow. So, yeah, if you did enjoy, leave a follow. Come back tomorrow for the same matches and whatnot. Because we are just getting started here for Season 24, so a whole lot more action to come. But with that being said, have a wonderful rest of your day, folks, and we'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.